Hey, good evening, everybody. I've been I had a carrot stick, and then um, I've been coughing. Excuse me. Pretty much ever since then. So if my voice sounds a little strained, it's because I almost killed myself before the broadcast. I'm just gonna take a quick second here and load up Boyfriend Dungeon. Now would not be a good time. Sorry, now would be a good time for me to say I'm actually. I didn't realize it was on Game Pass at the time, but I did get a key for this game from Kit Fox Games, which I'm very grateful for. But I feel even though I have the ability to get it get it elsewhere, it's probably good to mention that I was given a key for promotional purposes. I of course hope that whether you play it on Xbox or well, I mean, on the Game Pass, it's not just exclusively Xbox. But however you wind up playing it, that you do support the developers. Kitfox is definitely a developer that I. It's probably one of the earlier developers that I was aware of as being very indie, very Canadian, and just very interesting. um, their former community manager, Victoria Tran, was actually the first person to sort of take me up on an offer to look at some of their data. And, you know, Kit Fox very kindly let me, publish a blog post for on their Medium page. I think I've got some more data that I can send them. I did an early version of something that I sent off, but I suspect whenever I do sort of just this voluntary stuff, I try not to be too much of a pest in terms of emailing people. But I should probably tie up a little something that I was doing and send it along. Anyways, this game's really interesting. For those of you unfamiliar with it, this is basically a dating simulator where the swords transform into impossibly attractive people, and you'll take them on dates. So, and as a wonderful soundtrack like this, that's kind of why I've been hanging out in this menu for a little bit. But we do get to hear the song come up every once in a while as the game goes through. Sorry, I'm gonna just try one quick sip of water to see if I can clear out this vegetable. But yeah, I've been kind of looking forward to this all week. I know I've had a chance to play a lot of Brace Yourself games, which I really enjoyed as well. But this has been a little bit of a treat for the Fridays. So let's jump in and see what we can find. All right. So you've completed one dungeon. Actually, this is one thing that I wasn't aware of, was that there's more than one dungeon in Boyfriend Dungeon. So I believe, if I recall correctly, we've already been to La Rosa once. We did meet with an end. Hey, Cool Facts, how you doing? Sorry, my voice probably sounds a little strained because I was coughing unbelievably while I was just before I went broadcasting. So hopefully that'll be fixed momentarily. But we're going to be jumping into the dungeon right away, and I'm trying to remember if I want to. I think it's worked rather well for me so far to start with my lower tier weapons and then build my way up. I have a feeling that we're probably going to be overwhelmed in this dungeon, so we may not be able to handle everyone. But let's start with Rowan. Choose a furry option. I really like Pocket, actually, but I'm gonna start with Rowan and then move to Pocket, and then Sawyer, Seven, and then it's kind of our pick between Sunder, Valeria, and Isaac. I tend to feel most comfortable with Isaac, so I'll probably save that for last, but that may mean that we fall behind in terms of the upgrades. But yeah, don't worry. Pocket will get their due. And we'll go to 1 because we want to be leveling things up. You get in the elevator, going down. One thing I do want to
I wonder
say...
what class of demons occupy this place.
One thing I really wanted to say about this game that I appreciate, because I play this in little spurts for stream, I actually really love the fact that they label the health and the zine, coffee and zines, because I do tend to forget this stuff as I play games. So the fact that I don't have to go into all the different menus and see what the controls are is really helpful. All right, so this is the first time we're using Rowan. Oh. Okay, let's take a second here and see. So, okay. Dang. Rowan's a good one. Actually, one thing that I really like about Boyfriend Dungeon, and again, obviously the hook for this game is not necessarily the dungeon combat. But one thing I really appreciate about this game, which, you know, again, you're never going to see this on a review. I mean, it's a personal thing, right? So, like, nobody's... I don't think that it has any place in a review, really. But, weapons that I don't normally use, like, I tend to use them quite a bit more in this game. So, for instance, in a game, like if I play Dark Souls, for instance, or a game which would normally have a scythe, I tend to find them very large and unwieldy, and I don't know, I just don't really feel like I get a whole lot... I don't feel that I'm very effective with them in other games. Whereas here, I'm like, oh wow, I actually have a few ideas about how I'll use this weapon. So, I'm actually trying to think about any weapons in this game where I'm like, you know what, I don't really have a use for that one. I think the one case I might argue would be the dagger. So the dagger I feel a little weird about, because the dagger, I love the fact that I feel sort of very brawly about it, right? I have gone to a couple of places, this was back in Vancouver, which would do sort of, well, it's different kinds of martial arts, but a lot, you know, sword fighting, some bartitsu, and then there was one segment where I actually did, which was sort of a knife fighting style. And obviously that's really close, and you know, it's not elegant, let's say. So I love the fact that this game's really kind of captured that feeling. So in that case, it's more of a preference for the type of combat that I like. And in the particular case of Boyfriend Dungeon, the you know, the reason... Oh, did I mess up? I think the reason why I you know, I say it's like, well, you know, the dagger I'm a little iffy on, and it's actually because I think the dagger has been really well done, and it just happens to be that it doesn't reflect the style that I feel is comfortable with. Although my opinion on that sort of changed a little bit. I do actually think, still getting used to that enemy. I actually, with the sorry, I should be reading the dialogue here. I don't need it. Once I've been able to take advantage of some of the, you know, the blinding mechanics, I started to feel a little bit more confident with Valeria. It's almost like this game's about spending time and growing comfortable and learning more about someone, not just using them. Hello, Mocha Abigail. I hope you didn't have to make an account just for this, but I don't know if you want to be outed, especially because you might still be at work. But Mocha Abigail is someone who I got a chance to see at back in Vancouver. Somebody who I've actually, in one way, known for a while, but haven't always been in the most consistent touch with. So this is another chance for me to show off some stuff. Sorry, I know you're not accustomed to the way my voice sounds right now. Sorry. I choked on a carrot just before broadcasting it. Apparently, really, I think it's just all the coughing. Really strained me. So I'm going to take another sip of water. I might try making some tea a little bit later. But either way, I hope you enjoy your time here, however long you'd like. Okay. You know what? I'm going to cancel this for now, because if I recall correctly, we don't go back to this floor. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm going to need to get used to the... I'm going to need to get used to the time that it takes me to do the heavy. I don't see the value. Yeah, so if I recall correctly, if I go through that cash machine, I don't get to explore the rest of this floor. Yeah, so I'm starting to see my limits. Starting to see my limits with Rowan the Scythe, but we can work with it. Ah yes, spirits. Did I ever tell you about the time I met Jack Daniel? The Jack Daniel? He's a bit of a narcissist, even after death, but energetic, if you let him talk about himself. After death? Well, I spoke with his resonant echo more than his spirit, per se, but yes. Melee Mage, thank you very much for the raid! I don't know why you'd have an alert. Sorry, I hear an alarm going off in the other room. It's like just like a phone alarm. I might have to go deal with that in a minute, but... How you doing, Melee Mage? What were you playing? I didn't see you online. But then I was just kind of running on to do this. Fame is powerful in the emotional realm. People like Mr. Daniel thrive there. His whiskey's reportedly often not the best, but he said that wasn't the point. He had other goals. What goals? Rowan shrugs uncertainly. I didn't want to interrupt. The connection was weak. He probably sought the usual. Love, or power, or both. Rowan eyes you thoughtfully, but shrugs again, standing and stretching. Would you like to offer a gift? I'm not quite sure what Rowan wants. Let's wait for a little bit. Drawing. Twitch decided you get to have follower emotes. Oh, that's awesome! So you got affiliate then. Enough of this. That's great news, Melee Mage. Congratulations. For those of you who don't know, Melee Mage is another individual I know from Vancouver. Definitely saw. I believe, if I recall correctly, I met you originally at EXP. This is a bar that Brian on the Rocks used to run. But Melee Mage has definitely been a really stalwart follower of the broadcast and somebody who I actually felt... So there's a handful of people I didn't get a chance to meet in Vancouver. You had affiliate, but you never signed up for beta. Oh, okay, fair enough. But yeah, Melee Mage is somebody who... was actually one of the people I was really looking forward to seeing in Vancouver. Although he has kind of been threatening me with Drunk on Arrival. But as a few of you... know, because you were there, I had a lot of different things pulling me in different directions. And so in the case of Melee Mage, I kind of embarrassedly had to send him a quick Twitch message saying, I screwed up my timing. And unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to reconnect in Meat Space with him. But this does mean people like Mocha Abigail, Melee Mage, there's a couple of other people who I know. Oh, that's right. I actually usually have a tequila on my birthday because of that tradition she started. Last year I couldn't because of, there wasn't really anything open, but I didn't exactly want to buy a bottle of tequila just for myself. No, that you're absolutely right. I'm really glad you remembered that. I'm sorry I forgot it for myself. I suppose it was the treatment on my birthday that made it a little bit easily... I was going to say, I guess that evening would make it a little bit easier for me to forget stuff. But either way, please do check out Melee Mage. Melee Mage has actually checked out, has brought my attention to a number of different games. I can never remember the name of the dating game that you were playing, but where you had like the fussiest date in the world. Table Manners, thank you. I keep saying that too, because again, I was really just remembering like your take on it, which was great. But I suppose this is a little bit related in the sense that I don't know if you've played Boyfriend Dungeon yet, but it's a game in which you date your weapons. Anyways, I'm gonna get some tea started. I'm gonna refill my water, but most importantly, I'm really gonna deal with that phone alarm because I don't think you can hear it, but I sure can, and it's driving me nuts. So I'm gonna be back in under a minute. I'm really sorry for those of you who are coming from Melee Mage's channel. I know there is in fact gameplay here. But I had a little bit of a clowny start, and I'm gonna try and go try and sort myself out. See you all in a minute. Okay, so I'm probably going to need a second to get up from the computer to deal with my boiling kettle. Let's see if we can make a little more progress in the dungeon before we go a bit further. Also, actually, it's not a bad, wouldn't be a bad idea for me to point out, I do have a couple of artist friends, so between Melee Mage and the Eyes of Sin, I think both of them would appreciate any commissions that you might have to offer them. I know a number of people's channels have grown over the course of the pandemic, so for those of you who are looking for more emotes, I have a feeling that both of them would be very happy to work on them. Although let me know if you don't, Melee Mage, because I can stop saying that. Okay, we'll deal with those later, but I want to try and deal with the beads. Oh. The black hole that you generate with Rowan, so that's after you do 2 and then a heavy attack. That's a great little attack to disrupt the beams. I'll try and show you. Oops. So basically it pulls it off, so even if it's got a good bead on you, you basically pull them out of their spot. Obviously, you can try and dash to get around it too. But yeah, no. If it seems like you're just about to get hit by a beam, the harvest, you wind up, I don't know. You wind up with a new lease on life. I wouldn't mind spending time here. We can play if you'd like. I'm not terrible. Teach me? As you wish. Pay close attention. This is ancient wisdom. The trajectories of pool balls can only be predicted for 7 collisions at most. After that, the magnetic fields of audience members make the calculations impossible. So there you have it. Just calculate the first collisions and don't worry about the rest. They take a small bow, indicating that the lecture is complete. Thanks. Not at all. It's the least I could do. This is really interesting. So, obviously with Rowan, we've got a fairly unique character. Like, we've seen probably about four or five different dimensions to them already. But one thing I really like is that, obviously, for the gothy Scythe character, you can sort of see how, a connection with the spiritual world or the dead or whatever, that's kind of a quote-unquote obvious step. What I really like here is the idea that this is extended not just to the spiritual world, but just basically an understanding of sort of energy in general. So, right, you've got the interference from the audience, you've got an understanding of physics, which is the sort of thing you don't normally associate with the more kind of occult character. But it's not without historical precedent. So I like that touch. But I mean, I think it's kind of established the writing in this game is pretty good. Thanks for the diversion. The monsters await us. I hope you're as merciless when it comes to the monsters. They hold out their hilt. They hold their hilt out to you in invitation. Okay, so we've maxed out with Rowan, which means it's time for Pocket. But before I do that, kettle's boiling. You can hear that I still need the tea, so I'm going to be back in a second. Everybody says that, so I think, obviously, a game like this attracts a rather unfortunate type of commenter on YouTube, and I think they were really disturbed by the inclusion of the cat, whereas I believe the cat is the you don't want to date anyone option, which I thought was wonderful. Which weapon is your favorite at the moment? I only saw a few. This is on your wish list. If the cat doesn't run away, I guess it's a date. How you doing, Night Valian? I'll take a second here and get another shout out for those of you that enjoy soft voices. Obviously, Night Valian is the better choice tonight. But Night Valian is a soft-voiced Brazilian streamer. Plays a lot of indies and a lot of Game Pass games, so Boyfriend Dungeon is definitely something up his alley. It's actually another Kit Fox game is the thing I originally found him through, Lucifer Within Us, which probably went on sale for Halloween, but probably isn't on sale now. Anyways, definitely another gem that I found on Twitch, and I'm really happy that I got a chance to see him. Way better. Figured out your upload speed problem. Had to reset your stream key. Awesome. All right, so that means we'll probably get a chance to see you sometime tonight then. But anyways, definitely another person to check out. And yeah, so Melee Mage, I definitely feel like combat-wise, I feel the most. I definitely feel the most comfortable with Isaac. He is the starting weapon, but is actually just in terms of an overall fighting style. We've got. It's got a good feeling. I haven't tried Pocket yet, so this will be the first I've used them. And Rowan's actually an interesting one. A Scythe is not normally the sort of thing that I would play in a game like this. But one thing I will say for Boyfriend Dungeon is it does a great job of kind of getting me out of my comfort zone and trying different types of weapons that I wouldn't normally do inside of other games like this. So far, all of them are working for me. They all definitely feel very different, so that's definitely a testament to the combat design of this. I'm actually curious. I think Brian's played this, and I'm curious what he thinks of it. But I'd be interested in the professional opinion, because I quite like the combat. I know that's not why you play the sword dating game, but... and as far as how I'm doing, I choked on a carrot, which I can't stop complaining about, but that's mostly why my voice sounds a little strained, because I was hacking it up for like 5 minutes before the stream started. Sorry. And I've got Mocha Abigail and Melee Mage, two lovely friends from Vancouver who are watching. So I'm actually gonna get away from the keyboard one more second, but I do mean just 1 second. I steep my tea at the desk when I'm streaming, so I have a little dish that I put the strainer in. All right. I feel a little less bad leaving you alone in the dungeon because the music's so good. I actually really like how. One thing I really like is the way the music sort of changes as you go into... Oh, man. So I'm going to run into the same Valeria problem. It's a really brawly kind of... Oh, man, you can jump! Okay, I got to do this in the opposite direction, but... Something like that. Tea tray, like an ashtray, but for tea, kind of. It's actually just the cap for the... It's just the cap for the little strainer. Pocket takes a few tentative sniffs of the warm summery night air. Would you like to offer a gift? I'm not quite ready. A mackerel is a special thing that you give to a cat. So in this case, we're not quite ready. He yawns and stretches luxuriously, the envy of yoga teachers everywhere. Mid-yawn, Pocket pauses, strangely alert, fur fluffing. What is it? You look around and realize you sense something too. Someone is here. A strange man steps out from the shadows, eyeing you both. Oh, interesting. This is a Rowan connection here, possibly. Alright, you found me. Don't attack. I'm Vitas Varnus. I was just taking a break from the shop, but here, I'll give you a special deal. 2 fabric for $10, basically half price. I actually kind of appreciate that they they clarify that. Then we're done here. Stay safe. I don't remember Vitas Varnus. Vitas Varnus strolls back into the dungeon. Pocket hisses farewell. Ah! Ooh. Oh boy. Oh, I'm in trouble. I mean, this feels great, but holy crap am I bad. But yeah, so here. Listen to what happens to the soundtrack here. Right? So you still have the song, but when you get closer to the combat, you have the beat come back in. Okay, I'm getting a bit of an idea about how to use Pocket. This soundtrack is available on Apple Music, so I'm assuming it'll be available on other streaming services as well. Oh, I can't jump through the... Okay, that's good to know. So what I wanted to see was if I could do that. Okay, I gotta find some health. We found a designer pods recipe. Found a top hat and monocle recipe. Meow. Meow. You find an empty stage ready for performances. Pocket leaps up onto the stage and sniffs around. Would you like to offer a gift? Yeah. You decide not to give a gift right now. Pocket curls up next to one of the stage lights, cozy against the warmth. Pocket's fur against the light casts a spiky shadow behind him. Put on a puppet show. You amuse yourself with the shadows while Pocket snoozes. He doesn't seem to care. After only 10 minutes, he springs up, awake and alert after his power nap. Pocket meows a defiant battle cry into the dunge. Yeah, I mean, I don't know cats that well, but I think I definitely I want to know who wrote the cat bits actually. So garbage coffee's the best coffee. Ooh. Yeah, so I have a feeling that Pocket's going to be a little bit like Valeria, where it's going to take me a few dungeons to get used to the style. What was I going to say about sorry, there was something I wanted to say earlier. Okay, so we are maxed with Pocket. I think it's Sawyer next. Now, I was very surprised about Sawyer. Sawyer is actually a character who, like, as a person, I really like them. I also think the glaive is a pretty good weapon. So Sawyer's definitely one who I felt... I mean, in fairness, I think this is also just my, like, very... I don't know, I never thought of myself as having very maternal instincts or something like that, but I like the fact that Sawyer's really into history, and I felt really bad that they're, you know, sort of struggling... Like, they're trying to get a freebie for me to you know, impress me, but they clearly haven't eaten in a while, so I was like, oh no, let me teach you how to cook, let me take care of you. So yeah, I think I got a fast... Whoa! Back off. But yeah, so this is great, and I got an upgrade to make this faster. Go away! Actually, it's probably just as well that we hold off on the date until... We'll read the text messages when we're out of the dungeon. Sawyer eyes the cocktail bar skeptically. I don't know if I like most alcohols. They kind of taste like poison, you know? They are poison. Actually, you know what? We can have soda. Make them feel, you know, make them feel comfortable. I don't know. The quality of soda at these places is usually pretty bad. I guess I feel weird about drinking because my old roommate got alcohol poisoning at a party. I saw pictures of them in the hospital getting their stomach pumped. Sawyer shudders. You don't have to drink. Sawyer relaxes, exhaling. I know I don't, but it's good to hear you say it. Thanks for understanding. Oh, sorry, I was going to talk about this dunge. For now, let's get out of here, huh? Well, the vodka is definitely not one to give to Sawyer. The racing game might be a good one. Oh, but hang on, wasn't there someone who really liked the racing games? I definitely think sneakers would be appropriate there. Anyways, we'll wait for some extra information before I start gifting some of the stuff. You know, I don't know about Sawyer. They're still in school. Yes, definitely still in school. I never did go back to that machine. Oops. glaive is good for raking in money. So many! Whoa! Where'd that come from? So, based on the... I'm trying to figure out if it's social interactions or romance that this dungeon is supposed to be about. I would guess the social interactions. We're amazing! Or at least, you're amazing. You found Marsky Cologne recipe. Alright. So, this is the end of the dungeon over here. Or, well, this level of the dungeon. So what we are going to do is head back to the machine. See if there's anything fancy I can get. Cash machine has two options, liquidate or access. So I actually don't know what liquidate does. Let's do access, though. You push the button and feel a rumbling beneath your feet. Yeah, no, that's fine, Melee Mage. The way... So I have... I believe I misgendered Sawyer once. I might have done it before. And the thing is, this game's actually been rather good at sort of flagging to me how often I still default to thing like guys or, just really casual statements which, again, it just kind of reflects a way that you get used to speaking of, but when you're dealing with, when you're dealing in an environment where people, you're sort of, I'm trying not to go too heavy on it, but like obviously the identification is actually significantly more important than some of the generic terms. I've had to correct myself a couple of times on stream, and I mean I never want to get too performative about this stuff because it's important to treat people with respect, not to sort of appropriately brand yourself, as properly thinking. Although I do think it's important to to highlight it. So for me, it's always been to, offer my own corrections to myself and not answer chat. But I'm actually kind of happy you recognized it. It's tough too, right? Because when you see a character drawn in a game, there isn't always the big indicator, right? There's one line in this game, and then sometimes when you look at the descriptions, it'll tell you, and at that point it's just like real life, right? And the best you can hope for is, if you make the mistake, somebody says, actually, I go by. And, you correct accordingly. I feel terrible every time I do it, but I'm very lucky that I have tolerant friends who put up with my, my long-standing habits. Well, not really long-standing anymore, but my lapses. But yeah, no, I like it. I mean, it reflects the diversity of the team that made this game, too. And I actually really like the fact that the game... So the game didn't just... Like, you've got multiple options, and one of the things I actually really like is that I really like some of the characters based on their personalities. And obviously, like, when I play these games, these games don't necessarily reflect like my personal preferences as a person, but I've never really felt uncomfortable doing that. I don't think you should feel. It's a game, for crying out loud, right? Like if you play Dream Daddy, you shouldn't be scared that it's gonna like alter you. But I just really like that I'm engaged enough with these characters. I feel enough about these characters that I definitely have strong feelings about who I like and why. And that's not something I don't normally play dating sims. So maybe they're all like this. But I really do actually like how each of the characters stands on their own, and they really allow themselves to become someone. Oh, sorry. You feel something? Who are you, and what have you done with System Shock? So, it's been a while since I've had a chance to do this. We've got Miss Ariella in the chat. Miss Ariella is a wonderful Australian streamer who does not have an accent. You have an accent. Or something like that. But Miss Ariella is another person who I met in Vancouver. Somebody who I somebody who I met at the same place as Melee Mage. I actually originally knew Miss Ariella from a stream team that we were both part of, but was kind enough to keep in touch. She's now based in Australia, so it's been years. It's almost like 5 years since I've seen you, I think. But again, another wonderful broadcaster, very kindly tolerated me over in her Borderlands 2 stream with Olaf T. Harry. Wait a minute, you left when you say for me, like you're saying because of me? Like you left, or are you talking about the stream team? Left Vancouver because of me? Oh, really? Dang. Thank you. Yeah, I don't like dwelling on that, obviously. That was really awful. I mean, there's a whole side to that thing that I've never talked about, because it's not really my thing to talk about, but yeah. Needless to say, I am glad that you rose above the experience. But yeah, anyways, obviously Miss Ariella is somebody who I hold in very high esteem. Certainly has got a much more active stream than I do. Like, she's very good at being animated and sort of, kind of interacting with her chat. Is also really consistent in terms of sort of her YouTube updates and just generally like doing the streamer thing. She's also done a ton of kind of community service in terms of things like modding for Timorag and a few other broadcasters and that. But as with, Melee Mage, with Night Valian, even with friends like Mocha Abigail, who aren't streamers, but definitely somebody who I value very much. I got a chance to go back to Vancouver last week, and it's been wonderful to sort of just have all these memories of people who I've met. And of course, Twitch allows me to run into and just encounter them more often. So Miss Ariella is another recommendation. Actually, I gotta ask you, Ari, have you played Boyfriend Dungeon? Because this seems like something that's up your alley. Alright, you push the button and you feel a rumbling beneath your feet. You haven't? No. A hole opens where the machine used to be. Mysterious. Yeah, you definitely should. I don't know if you have Game Pass, but this is definitely something you should... Well, I mean, I realize everybody tells you that you should, like... Everybody tells you, like, you should play everything, but I don't know. I think this is something you'll quite like. You climb down into the darkness. Yes, that is something of a dilemma. There's stuff that's like been added and removed from Game Pass before I've been able to play it. I feel a little bad about it. Oh, that's right. Venus is from. Right. Yes, I remember now. It seems you're worthy to show up at the heart of Verona. I gotta start taking some notes of these prices because I think Vetus is actually pretty good at. I still have the Rowan's phone number puzzle. I'm humiliated that it took me so much to... You even banned yourself from Steam game sales. That I actually think is not terrible, because Steam's really promoted kind of a culture. And I know they're doing what they can to like encourage people to play stuff in their library, but we're really in a culture now where it's so easy to... just buy something and never play it. Anyways, so 10 for steel. Oh. Sorry about the wait here, but Okay. So I do have some money, and then I do have something of a surplus of some resources. So let's do... I don't know, let's work down to 300. Sorry, I forgot where we started. Okay, so that's good for 2 holy energy. Now we do have a lot of liquids, so let's maybe do 5 dark essence as well. Whoa! I didn't mean to do that. Just cover me for steel now. So the problem that I ran into there was that I use my mouse and keyboard, so the wrong spot was highlighted. So what was I going to do? Right, 5 dark essence. Okay, I think that covers us for the next little bit. As you wish, stay safe out there. Get out of my face already! Can't you see I'm shopping here? Holy crap! Oh Jesus, I can't go through that. Okay. Sorry, I'm really not paying attention. The difficulty suddenly ramped up quite a bit. Jesus. I just used up all my healing. Alright, that was a bit of a mess. Game's having some mercy and giving me at least 1 more coffee. 2 more coffee. Nice. We'll recover, but... I wonder what the resale price would be. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, Sawyer started off in business school, and then they... maybe they're still doing business school, but I know their history, or their interest is history. So that's the moment where I'm kind of like, oh, this character's great! This is a real reason I like the I like the glaive weapon. I don't have to engage with Ah! Oh god, he rolled right into that. Come on! You found a dozen red roses recipe. Free is the best price for everything. Now that interests me. It seems like one of those notes. So if you notice, there was one of those crooked notes that was coming after us, and it seems like it vanished before like while we were in one of the other menus. So I wonder if the timer on that thing still is active while we're picking up items. I mean, it's not really an exploit that I can I can get too much work with. What's this? It's kind of romantic. Oh, fancy. I've never been to a very important person. Never been a very important person past a velvet rope. Though I don't know if this counts really. There's a rope, but is it really a VIP section if there isn't a bouncer? Just enjoy it. You're right. I'm overthinking things again. They settle into a cushion, relaxing as best as they can. So now what? What do you do in a VIP section? You just sit here, being very important? This place is kind of boring. Let's go back to fighting. What do you say? Oh, sorry, what do you say? So this is why I held off on using my coffee, being able to go on a mini date helps me get that bar up. Actually, we're back to full strength. So as much as I like Sawyer, I wouldn't mind maxing out the relationship with them just so I can move to something a little more comfortable. The thing I'm trying to remember is that I've got 7, which I think I can handle, but Valeria is going to be deeper in the dungeon deeper in the dungeon, and probably a character that I'm going to struggle with a little bit. Oh, nope, we have another level with Sawyer. Alright, let's do this. I don't need to be as cautious, but probably doesn't hurt to... I mean, I guess one thing I can do is imprison with the first hit. Imprison with the first hit and then move in. Yeah, that's a little more effective. Excuse me. My aim leaves much to be desired. Okay, a lot of enemies coming in here. Ah! I really did not deserve to dodge that, but... Okay, I'm gonna avoid picking up that coffee if I can. So many! Good God. Oh no! That's such a waste! 2! Alright, that's 2 coffees I wasted. Ugh. What's this? It's kind of romantic. It is, but let's see if we can take some damage and get some free healing first. As a wise person once said, free is the best price. Ah! We're amazing, or at least you're amazing. Dungeons have so much good stuff. Alright, lucky earrings. Okay, we're not ready to finish the dungeon yet. Sawyer stretches, enjoying the night air. Would you like to offer a gift? I decide not to give a gift right now. Oh look, the stars are out. It's been a while since I've seen them. I used to go stargazing with my aunt. She'd tell me about the constellations. The stag, the queen's throne, the rose, the open hand. I love them. Which is your favorite? Oh, I haven't thought about it for a while. When I was younger, my favorite was probably the rose. See in the northeast? There was a witch, Kubel, who was so beautiful her name became a love spell. I mean, she was probably just a cool lady, but it's fun to think that she's in the stars. I wonder what constellation of Alfred would be like. Something silly.
Yeah!
My thoughts exactly! Come on, let's go build your legend. Oh god, I really like that. So, I don't know if that legend is a real one. One thing that I've liked about Kitfox is that they do a really good job of digging out myth and legend that has not necessarily gotten quite the attention. So again, I have a great love of ancient classics, of classics, and I know, like, it is very Western dominated, and I realize that, you know, throw a stone and you'll find someone who likes sort of the Greek and Roman gods. But the thing is like, it's a really big deal to me because I found... So how long are we going to be down here exactly? Sorry, Sawyer, I want to explain this. But like, some of this stuff I first found by going to, you know, the Vancouver Library. Well, it's actually one of the first places I visited on my trip was to go back to the Vancouver Library. And, you know, this is stuff that I found and really connected with. So, you know, while it is obviously something that's much more available to me, it's also something that really kind of spoke to me in a particular way. But one thing that I really liked about Moon Hunters is that it actually does have a lot of, you know, myths from the Fertile Crescent. Essentially, it's taking a bunch of maybe lesser appreciated myth relative to sort of what we normally appreciate. And they really made it alive in Moon Hunters. And in a similar way, Six Ages, which is not developed by Kitfox, but published by them, you know, it's a very much a mythopoeic experience. It's a game that takes place in Glorantha, which is this very well-developed RPG setting. And again, its references are not necessarily... Oh my goodness, Uncle Cranky, thank you very much. You were playing Path of Exile tonight. Another streamer who doesn't have an accent. Uncle Cranky's a New Zealand-based streamer, originally from Australia. I believe is working on becoming full-fledged New Zealander. Has been going through... Actually, if you like ARPGs, which obviously Boyfriend Dungeon is a little... I don't mean to rush you, but also, never mind. I mean, definitely part of Boyfriend Dungeon and Moon Hunters kind of qualifies as that. Although I for one want to see Uncle Cranky's reaction to the dating sim elements. Either way, definitely, I don't know if that's going to be like a permanent rebrand for his channel, but I know Uncle Cranky's definitely been hitting the ARPGs hard, and I believe we'll be moving on to Torchlight, or Torchlight 2 at least, shortly after Grim Dawn. I hope you're doing well tonight. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so the references to Legends in the Stars could be a reference to Moon Hunters, but what I kind of like is that all of these alternative constellations and then the story that Sawyer referred to, these could actually also be legends and myths that I'm not familiar with. So, permanent rebrand? Alright. So I, for one, am looking forward to you trying the large-scale ARPG known as Warhammer 3. But we did get, we got our top level with Sawyer, so I believe we're going to move on to 7. Alright, I think this is a boss fight. Ah! Found a mystery novel recipe. I know I'd give that... I know who'd get that in real life. I just don't know who I'd give this to in the game. I mean, mean, it's basically like it's like Diablo, right? You've got your character, and you move them through a hostile environment to try and collect the loot and destroy the enemies. I mean, they're basically the same thing, right? All eyes on us, huh? Yeah, at this point, I'm just kind of going. Well, I am declaring you only YOLO once. Going for it. Ah! Whoop. It's obviously those big, wide, sweeping attacks are something that help us with the crowds. That's why I was a little more willing to go jumping in. You may have caved on your ethics and purchased a re-release of the second Spanish Devil game made by the Snowstorm Company. Alright, so everyone, I would just like to let you know that the shout out for Uncle Cranky is changing to a massive hypocrite who is only willing to... No, I'm kidding. No, that's good for you. I know that was coming up in your chat a little bit, where... I'm not exactly sure. Was that someone who works at Blizzard? Either way, like the thing is that for the so maybe just for the benefit of chat, Uncle Cranky kind of took a principled view on what he wanted to support. He was not very comfortable with Blizzard's decision with regards to the Blitzchung ban in support for, his support for his home of Hong Kong. So this is a Hearthstone streamer who was actually originally stripped of his winnings in response to what he had said, and I believe the broadcasters were fired. I don't believe the broadcasters were ever actually really made whole after that whole incident, but that and the the sexual misconduct scandals at Activision Blizzard had sort of made Cranky decide that he was, as much as he really loves the Diablo games, that he did not want to engage with them. I think the one problem I always have with boycotts, I remember back I had an editor instructor who I'm just going to run around the dungeon for a little bit and then we'll go on a date. But I remember I had an instructor. I think they had stopped buying American products in response to the second Gulf War. Dealing with Iraq. So I think it's Operation Enduring Freedom. Anyways, the thing is like, so they stopped shaving, and like they didn't have deodorant, and like it was kind of uncomfortable to be in the room with them after a while. And the thing is that obviously that never changed. Like it's a little hard to sort of say, well, what are you trying to do with the boycott? What are you trying to signal? And what are your conditions on that? So for me, the Blitzchung thing was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna uninstall Battle.net, and I'm not gonna play it for a year. And I did that. I mean, the funny thing is I didn't feel any need to reinstall Battle.net. Destiny 2 is on Steam now. It's also on Xbox Game Pass. And I'd like to finish StarCraft 2, but I haven't felt particularly compelled to jump back in. Diablo 3 would be kind of nice, but I haven't finished Grim Dawn either. So, but yeah, needless to say. Well, I know Blizzard did ultimately backtrack on that. They shortened the ban, and then they also gave the winnings back. But like, obviously, like that was a huge one for me. But personally, I've always kind of benefited from the, a very clear sort of timeline in terms of whatever action I'm going to take. Because then I run into the drawback where it's like, yes, this is a red line that will never be crossed. And then it's like, well, everybody involved at the company with that decision has since moved on or is like doing something else. But there's never been like a formal apology for the thing. And it's like, okay, well, like, did I all of a sudden change my principles, or like what is the magic moment on that? So I personally always tend to tend to err on the side of sort of focused and timed things. Because as far as I can tell, like, the data analysts at Blizzard just looked at it and said, is like, yeah, the protests about this just haven't affected the bottom line. So, and that's the problem I kind of have with that, is that sometimes when you do, like, so the day off Twitch, I participated in it because I thought it would be kind of churlish to have everybody doing that and just have me go and broadcast. That doesn't mean that I had any particular ill feeling for people who did want to broadcast on that day. But one worry I have is that Twitch just got a lot of data as to exactly how much leverage they have when it comes to people, pushing on. Blizzard actually put a tweet out about the Blitzchung incident, in which they promised to protect the dignity and pride of China. And I would here just like to affirm my tremendous support for the People's Republic of China and their noble goal of... Sorry, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, actually, I forgot about the tweet. The thing I was really bothered by was Blizzard voluntarily doing, like... So one, I don't think what Blitzchung did was particularly bad. I also didn't really think it was in violation of the rules, but of course Blizzard's going to be able to do whatever rules that they want. I felt that it was an unduly harsh punishment for something that shouldn't be a problem. And I'm a little bothered by the fact that Blizzard sort of feels like they are sort of the arbiter of what political message I should hear. But on the other hand, though, right, like, they are kind of the host. It's sort of like if I was doing this and somebody started, maybe not like hateful stuff, because hateful stuff you sort of have a responsibility to keep your chat, clean, especially because your chat really sucks if you don't stop that stuff right away. But, if somebody's kind of going on something that's, in the realm of, like, I'm not entirely sure everybody's digging this right now. I don't know, like, I kind of feel a certain obligation to say, it's like, maybe could we move on to something else? And I don't think there's anything wrong with a broadcaster doing that. So, like, I don't like the no politics or religion in chat rule, because I think those are interesting topics, they're important topics, and they're things we should talk about. But I also don't think that, I'm a very much when in Rome sort of person, right? Like, I'm not going to walk into somebody's chat and be like, oh, well, I'm going to talk about religion because that's what I want to talk about. So... that tweet is the primary reason why you're feeling like a dirty sellout for giving them New Zealand 75 for Diablo 2 Resurrected. I had no idea it was that expensive. Yeah, so for me, it's not even a principled stance. Like, I'm not paying all that. I haven't even finished. I have only finished number 3. You're gonna have to unsub from this discussion. You have nothing good or productive to say about any topic regarding heavy snowstorm. Yeah, so obviously for those of you who feel rather strongly about the fact that I haven't been playing Blizzard games for a bit, like, there are people in this chat who do Blizzard games. I really enjoy watching them play World of Warcraft. I mean, I'll show that. Miss Ariella plays World of Warcraft, and I really like watching Miss Ariella play World of Warcraft. I'm mad that I don't get invited. To the raids. So, like, obviously, I'm willing to extend support to that. It's not like I boycott the people who are not boycotting. Yeah, like, obviously, basically what I was trying to say is, like, I sort of understand that Blizzard is sort of allowed to decide what they want to broadcast. And I think there is sometimes some value in establishing a tone. But I think, dropping the hammer and stripping someone of their winnings for, doing what is completely normal in a sporting context, right? Like Colin Kaepernick taking the knee, people thanking God when they score a touchdown. Like, it is completely normal for sports figures to express opinions on the issue of the day. And I think Blitzchung particularly talking about a really serious problem going on in, where he's coming from, trying to get that word out, I think is laudable. Even if you happen to fall on the other side of that issue, I think in the end we can always appreciate people who take the time to speak and use their platform to speak in support of people. So, anyways, but yeah, my apologies if I stirred the pot with anyone. You can all privately message me if you feel otherwise. But yeah, for my part, haven't even downloaded the Blizzard launcher again, and I actually don't know when that day is going to be. So, all right, Ariella, you talk about the Ark religion every stream. What do you mean? I don't talk about Ark. I talk about Ark in your place. All right, you play some pool with 7. What do you think? Am I more a solid or a stripe? Is 7 a solid or a stripe? I mean, I'm seeing lots of stripes. You're a stripe.
What?
Oh yeah? I guess you bring out my fun side. Is that what the stripes mean? I'm not sure. One of the only people who knows the real me, It's a new feeling. He smiles. Actually, if you'll forgive me for 1 second, I know I've been digressing for a little bit. I have a fun little DM I need to send. Alright. Sorry about that. We'll avoid the gift for now. Thanks for taking some time to recharge our batteries. He flares into weapon form, ready to return to the dungeon. Sorry if I killed the mood in chat for bringing it up. I mean, Cranky's apologizing for bringing it up that way, but I in order to like just not have chat be like private discussions on a bunch of stuff, I was the one to bring it up, so I have no idea why he's taken the fall for me. If anybody's a little bothered or wants to kind of discuss in private the stuff that came up, I'm totally fine to that. We can discuss it, on the channel as well, but. I realize some people maybe don't want to talk about deeply held convictions in oh god, in a public forum. Bubble keeps it to himself. All right. Oh, that's all good. I mean, if you want to add all caps, like you've got your, you totally have your, you totally have a. I mean, you're a friend of the channel, right? So I kind of trust you to manage it. Oh man, we got wrecked. Oh, that's right. I got my fancy hat. I rather regret not using the health I had though.
Dope.
But yeah, obviously I'm not trying to provoke people's comments either. So if we want to move on, I'm totally fine. Also, welcome Bobaman.
Whoa.
I mean, we can say Blizzard, right? You don't have to call it heavy snowstorm. I'm pretty sure we know what company we're talking about. But yeah, the thing that irks you, is the harassment to point that one of the... yeah. I mean, so the thing I've always found... I noticed that particular story... that particular story was a big deal when it first came out. And I haven't actually heard reference to that particular incident. So I'm a little curious as to what the deal... Because, like, the thing is, that's such an inflammatory headline. But I like... Obviously, that's a matter before the courts. Obviously, the culture of Activision Blizzard, and Blizzard in particular. I think that the one thing about those revelations is definitely the fact that I think for a very long time... Because the company made games that people really liked, they sort of wanted to say that there was the Activision side and the Blizzard side. And I think it's very good that that distinction isn't possible anymore. Because the other thing, like, it is worth remembering, right, that I had an application with them. They gave a response saying, like, yeah, we'd like to talk to you about an economist role. And I'm going to, depending on where that turned out, I would have to make a decision as to whether or not I would want to work for a company like that. And in the end, I tend to try and take the view that, reform can happen, right? I think there's a lot of people working at Blizzard that want the company to be better and want it to be that ideal that they had originally signed up for. And part of that, there's a very, very long and hard road that needs to be walked to get to that level. But yeah, no, it's it's just one of these things where I'm not 100% sure what the answer is, because I mean, I'm actually less bothered. I know a lot of people are really bothered by the fact that there's Republicans on their board. I think the thing is that if you look at the number of military charities, and given sort of the alignment between Republicans and and military issues and foreign affairs issues, I don't think that's out of character for the company, right? But obviously, like, someone's politics doesn't necessarily make them a tolerant, someone who tolerates a bad environment too much. It's their character, it's their priorities, and I mean, to my mind, the shareholders have as much of a role to play on this as anything. Because the thing to remember about, like, game development is that this is, like, if you want to be at the top, you need to have the best people, right? Games like Call of Duty, games like, even games like Boyfriend Dungeon, right? These are not people who just kind of phone it in. Creative stuff is hard to do. And if you create environments that sort of shut people off, I actually got to visit a place. I'm not sure if I can or should say where it is. But, like, everything about that developer that I visited communicated, hiring the best people, regardless who they are, regardless of their background, and let them do what they do best. And that developer has got a really consistent track record of just hitting it out of the park with everything that they do. And, the thing is that if you let yourself fall into this idea that there's, like, one genius who's so valuable that, you need to let them get away with everything, then what's going to happen is you're going to have an environment where things stagnate. They're going to, they're going to realize their power. They're going to wind up surrounding themselves with people who maybe don't share their genuine talents. Definitely people who support them and enable them. And what that's going to do is that's going to drive away all of the that's going to drive away all of the other talent that will allow you to go through. And the fact of the matter is that top level games don't get made by one person, and so there is actually a financial incentive, in my view, to get your house in order, to make sure that you are actually hiring and keeping the best. So that's obviously my capitalist argument for why that needs to go through. Clearly that is not the major concern. The shareholders are going to have to take care of themselves and are perfectly capable of taking care of themselves. But we can even look back to my comments about Boyfriend Dungeon, right? The diversity of the characters, the fact that I have opinions about who they are and what their views are, people who I like a little bit more, or relate a little bit more, definitely reflect the fact that Kitfox Games it's a small studio, but there's a pretty broad range of, there's a pretty broad range of people inside that company. And I definitely feel that is one of the reasons why their games are so interesting and why the worlds that they make feel so lived in. You get the benefit of all those different perspectives. Even if everybody isn't necessarily just like, you don't need to have everybody locked into that writer role, right? You just get the perspective from a team. You have a collegial environment in which you're able to sort of kick around ideas. It's why Pixar, has lots of common areas where a bunch of people from different disciplines are going to wind up encountering each other. There's a pretty clear track record, if you bother to look, of creative excellence and being able to sort of have different views bumping into each other. And it's something that I think large companies sort of ignore at their peril. You didn't boycott Blizzard because of the recent news, the stagnation of their titles, terrible decisions that they doubled down on, and the overall disregard for their fans put you off the company as a whole. Yeah, well, I mean, there you have it, Melee Mage. If anything, you're already seeing it reflected in the titles. Although I know there are some fans of Blizzard stuff here, so I need to, obviously it's hard to paint with a broad brush. All right, the best part of the concert, backstage hangout afterwards. Do you like groupies?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, no. I mean, it's fine if someone's chill, but usually our tour groups and VIP tickets are more intense. Sorry, I was reading that with an exclamation question, not like the pervy, you like groupies? I really liked escaping all that in Verona Beach. You've made it really relaxing. Backstage might be really different next year. I don't know what'll happen. Decide not to give a gift right now. Now we have a performance to finish here. Let's give those monsters an encore. Damn it! To be fair, Diablo 2 Reloaded almost got you forgive them, and then the recent stories happened. Fair enough. I mean, this is one thing that I need to admit for myself, like especially in film, right? I'll be the first to admit that there are some really reprehensible people who have an incredible talent for filmmaking. And, the fact of the matter is that there are a very broad set of views. Like, so this is the thing for me, is that I really try not to run into that bad habit of saying, because this, someone has a moral, I'm not in a mystery play, right? Someone's moral failings does not mean that they do not have any capabilities. It's unfortunate, but sometimes there are some people who are really terrible, who happen to be really good at some stuff. And I'm not entirely sure I'm not really sure that I help anything by trying to pretend that that something that is very well done isn't. But on the other hand, obviously people have a very broad range of sort of tolerance or acceptance or however you want to put it in terms of what they're willing to consume. Like for me, I realize this isn't always a popular standpoint, but I gotta be kind of careful how I say this because it doesn't mean that I'm willing to accept anything. But like, I don't feel that as a consumer of a product. So like, there's a really good example here in terms of Boyfriend Dungeon. There was a really I thought a rather unfair kind of sort of backlash at the character of Eric inside of this. And I thought Kit Fox was treated rather unfairly. In fairness to them, they handled it with quite a bit of grace. But the thing is that I don't particularly feel that I'm owed a particular portrayal by a developer, or from a developer. And I don't really think I get to have any say on what they spend their recreational time on, right? I'm just trying to think, like, I have never been skydiving, and I don't really... I mean, obviously skydiving doesn't have the sort of fraught... Darn it! I really blew it. I think I'm going to go right back into the dungeon again just so I can level everybody up. Well, you know, the fact that, I don't feel strongly enough about... Or, sorry, I shouldn't say strongly enough. Or actually, maybe I'd put it to you this way. Like, I've sometimes been a little more convinced... On a given day, I've been a little bit more convinced by the arguments for vegetarianism than other days. I'm not a vegetarian. I pretty much eat anything. You stumble out of the... Okay, I'll finish the thread and then we can carry on. I can't talk about recreational time stuff considering the drunk on arrival hit that you put on. Fair enough. But yeah, no, I mean, so on a given day, I've felt more convinced by certain arguments for vegetarianism than others. And I can sort of see... Like, I can see the point of view. I mean, again, it's helpful to just have empathy, right? I can see why someone would feel very strongly about that. Maybe it's also just helpful to say, like, when I was growing up, I was in, I was raised in a fairly traditional Christian family. So, you know, I kind of know what it's like to have this idea that you have this belief that's going to send you to heaven, and that, you know, this other group of people are going to go to a really terrible place if you don't save them. And that's obviously a very tough place to be, because you don't want to be someone who's, like, really forcing a particular point of view on people, but you know, to you have this view that you want what's best for them. So I definitely can get that there's a lot of things in which people feel very strongly, and they can't just sort of sit aside on a given issue. And the one thing I've always really tried to do is just make sure that I kind of respect that boundary between saying, is like, you know, somebody's made a product that I'm able to buy. And I'll engage with it that way. And I don't necessarily feel that gives me a say in how this person's conducting themselves. Where it becomes very difficult is something like a company which sort of has this, this systematic, or maybe systemic would be the better term. Like, there's a structure in place that is really, really harming people. That's a tougher one, right? At that point, it's kind of like, well, do you want them as a provider? Like, at work, I brought up some of the stuff that was happening with DataCamp. Work didn't care. So it's like, okay, well, that's an interesting look, given what our stated priorities are. But I'm not standing out and saying is like nobody should ever use DataCamp. There's a lot of people who actually find it a really beneficial tool. But But yeah, I don't know. Like it's a hard one. I realize like the reason why I bring that out, I'm kind of putting my cards on the table just because I know that's actually a point of view that I've had some fairly good conversations with friends about how bothered they are by it. I mean, to their credit, they stayed my friends. Some of them didn't. But it's a line I've always really tried to respect, because in the end, I think sometimes the benefit that I get, like, okay, I listen to a podcast from the Hoover Institution. The Hoover Institution's a pretty well-known conservative think tank. And I don't really agree with a lot of the guests. Some of the ones that I see, like people like Bjorn Lomborg, really bug me because I kind of see the game that they're playing, and it's really not very honest. And the example on the other side would be the New Republic. I actually really don't like most of the articles I read in the New Republic, but I am at least sort of aware of what a very progressive, organ will put out. And I try to at least sort of understand if nothing else, just kind of, it's nice to know the talking points, because I do tend to notice that some of my friends of particular political stripes are really just kind of quoting back the talking points of the week. Like it's not really a deeply considered so much as it's just sort of like, this thing kind of went into the bloodstream this week, and they happen to read the take. But yeah, I don't know. Like it might be that I'm just too tolerant of really horrible stuff. I try to speak out when I think there's a wrong that's happened. But I've never quite been to a point where, like, I guess the thing for me is that I value the gesture a little bit more than I feel that it's particularly bad about playing a given title. So I stopped the Blizzard stuff because that was really the only way that I sort of felt that I could communicate that I wasn't okay with that, and I gave myself the 1 year, and then I found after a year I didn't miss Blizzard stuff that much. So that was just kind of more the symbolic gesture of sort of giving what I thought was equal to the ban. And then it just happened to be that it coincided with a lot of other stuff. But like, I'm not really happy with the way that Quentin Tarantino treated Uma Thurman on the set of Kill Bill. I actually didn't really care that much for Kill Bill, but maybe that just means I don't have a good taste in movies. But I'm not going to turn around and say that Reservoir Dogs isn't a really good movie. I don't care much for the guy. But I'll still watch the show, and it's hard to deny that he's, it's clearly a talented filmmaker. So, anyways, sorry, I'm sure that's probably opinions that nobody else needed to hear, but it was in the air, so you can all write me the hate mail when you're so inclined. You stumble out of the dungeon, tired and sweaty, breathing hard. Your weapon transforms. Oof. I think I overdid it. My bed is going to feel so good. A whispering hiss stirs the underbrush, and the shadows shift, slithering. He's advancing towards you slowly. Are you a friend? The stranger smiles widely and takes another small step closer. Your skin crawls. He raises his blade arm and swings it in an arc, narrowly missing you.
Ugh.
Back off, jerkwad. Alfred, we should get to safety. Run, now! You split up and run into the night. Doesn't seem like he follows you, but you still lock your door behind you quickly when you arrive home. So we've seen that character with Eric before, and it's definitely took a darker turn. I am going to jump back straight into the dungeon. I know I sort of babbled for a bit, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to level up Sundar and Isaac, and then we're going to read our texts.
Smells like fresh meat. Let's do it.
I keep forgetting it should be this one to get in closer. Found it, so we keep it. Yet another triumph for the sexiest duo around. That's ours now. That was quick. So you can really see the levels that I have a higher level on. You can really see that I've been with them for a while, and I have that level of comfort. And again, this is one of the things I always keep so Boyfriend Dungeon is obviously, like, again, I think we talked about this last time, right? You know, you're always kind of on the lookout for good ideas, you know, good story ideas, good game ideas, whatever. And people will, you know, there's the analogy that Ted Elliott, Terry Rossio wrote in their screenwriting blog, where, you know, you have all of these people sort of sifting through the beach, you know, kind of fighting over these tiny little grains, while these beautiful conch shells are just kind of sitting there, you know, waiting to be picked up. And to a certain extent, you sort of think that Boyfriend Dungeon is kind of like one of those ideas. You almost, to a certain extent, can't believe someone hasn't done this before, save for the fact that clearly nobody has done this before, and it's such a good idea. So when I'm talking about my level of comfort with the weapons, obviously I'm speaking in terms of game mechanics. You know, I feel definitely a little bit more at home using. Sorry, what is that again? A scimitar? You're calling it, Uncle? No, I'm pretty sure there's something you call a talwar. And we had a big discussion on this. But I can see why you'd make the mistake, but yeah, I believe this type of weapon is called a talwar. This is the beauty of everybody on YouTube's gonna think that you. There's no recorded chat for the VODs, so. Do you see how I just changed history there? Anyways. But, you know, again, you've got, when I talk about getting more comfortable with the weapon, it's a dating game, right? I'm also getting, the relationship is building. I'm getting more comfortable with the weapon. You have this, oh my goodness, are we really at? Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I set an alarm for something. Wait, why is this? Am I that much later, or did daylight savings just kick in? Doesn't matter. What was I gonna say? But yeah, like once you're on this wavelength and you start thinking about the idea of the relationship between the adventurer and the weapon, like the ideas just keep pouring in terms of different ways that you can go with it. And Kitfox is really, like, they've despite the fact that it's a smaller game and it's a smaller developer, like they've done such a good job of, like, you know, you're not dealing with like an open world, you know, magisterial game which you'll spend, you know, tens of thousands of hours in, and yet it really feels like they've hit all of the really good ideas that are present inside of this idea. I'm liking it the more I play it. All right, who would waste this wide, gorgeous room on pool tables instead of a dance floor? Variety's good. Is it? I'd rather just spend all my time with you. No need for variety here. Besides, I'm not sure that applies here. A dance floor supports a huge variety of dances. Normally we play club music, but people could do breakdance, ballet, roller dance, whatever. Instead, they're just these boring tables and balls. Oh well. There's no accounting for taste, huh? Let's find somewhere more exciting to be. Whoa! Okay, getting a little bit better at the dodges. Now this is a challenge. Let's do it. I think that was right idea, bad implementation. Hello. I've obviously been missing some chances to... You have deep pockets, right? Did I actually get anything there? I've clearly been missing out on some chances to get some goodies. Your heart's pumping. Need a breather? Yeah, this'll help. Ooh, fancy. So this is where all our high shelf liquors went. Weird not to have a dance floor, though. Seems like it encouraged way too much talking. I mean, I love talking with you, of course, but most people aren't worth the time. You don't ask the right questions. Maybe I don't. It's not really my job to make other people interesting. The way I figure it, it's just easier to stick with people who are already interesting, like you. This is why my channel has the level it is, of course. This is an exclusive channel for interesting people. It's not a reflection of the underlying quality of the broadcast. So let's get back to it. The good news is, because I don't have a camera, I will just assert that I have abs exactly like Sundar, and none of you can say otherwise. You just had a break.
Whoa.
So we will head back there. I just want to try and make the most of the healing. You found a love letter recipe. Isn't a love letter recipe an English class? Or at the very least to watch a viewing of Dead Poet Society, which, if you've not seen it, it's an old Robin Williams movie. I think it still holds up. It's kind of the I think it's like the prototype of the the one teacher that really changed your life kind of story. Like I'm pretty sure that is like the movie that launched 10,000 in that genre. You both flop onto the seats, relaxing. I'm rather fond of the VIP section in La Rosa, where I really started getting to know you. This one doesn't seem to have bottle service, and it smells like monsters. But at least we got into this VIP room by our own skills, not by buying our way in. Maybe I should host contests at La Rosa to determine who gets to be a VIP. Dance contests? Yeah, maybe. Though I thought I'd have to make sure I don't win, even if it is fair. I'll think about it while we fight the next round. I'll get a view on chat. I know, please don't feel the need to participate in chat if you don't have an opinion on this or wouldn't otherwise do so. But I'm a little curious so I have one more sword one more weapon. I have one more weapon to sort of level up. So I have two views of this. I'm almost certainly going to finish Isaac's level on a couple of floors. So one direction I can take would be just finish the dungeon. Perhaps this can help. And you found a Starry Night recipe. So I can just try and I can end the dungeon once I get the next level of, for Isaac. Alternatively, what I could do is I can see if I can finally get to the boss. And I don't know... Whoa! I don't know if people would like to see the dates a little bit more, or if you'd like to see if I can get to the boss. This looks like a safe place, away from your fears. The noble game of billiards, a game of skill uniting kings and wastrels. You rack up the balls and start to play. Isaac isn't bad, but seems distracted. Something wrong?
Mm-mm.
It's nothing, really. I just often wish that I could try the original 1500s version. This green velvet is so modern. Maybe it's just because this version is a favorite of my father's, but I'd rather be under the sun, on the grass, even using a mace instead of a cue, perhaps. That's croquet. True, but it did evolve into croquet as well, eventually. The little wickets are rather charming, too. This was nice, too, though. Life is the art of making the best of what we have. Would you like to offer a gift? I think we're good. When life gives us monster, we make Monster Aid. He hesitates for an extra moment. But to be clear, let's not actually drink the monsters. Just, never mind. Ugh. Let's see if we can do a little bit better on this next one. So I think the reason I didn't take damage on that was a last-minute dodge, even though I was in the blast area. I forgot a chest up there. Everything has a purpose. I guess one other thing I'd be willing to sort of explore the dungeon for is the cash machine again. No harm in keeping this safe from the monsters. So I would be interested in seeing what Liquidate gets me. Okay, the mini date wouldn't be a terrible idea because I'm a little short on health, but let's see if we can make the most of the run. So we will head back. But... Still relatively early in the dungeon, so I don't have as much to fear. I am still taking more hits than I probably should. Wanderer. We found McQueen perfume recipe. I'm not sure if they're still watching, but I had someone very nice ask me, so, tell me about yourself. And I'm like, I don't know, I don't have that much to share. And then I guess I just went on a whole bunch of rants that revealed quite a bit about myself. So if you're still listening, hopefully that answered a little bit of the question. Isaac takes a deep breath and releases it, looking pleased. Would you like to offer a gift? Yeah, that's fine. Decide not to give a gift right now. Finally, somewhere I can breathe. And is that pine I smell on the breeze? Did you know that just by looking at trees reduces stress and lowers blood pressure? I believe it. I tried putting up posters of trees in my office, but they didn't have the same effect. Nothing like the real thing, I suppose, in nature or in combat. No matter how much I enjoy dueling, the dungeon is where the real growth happens. Yeah, another great little line, right? You only get experience for going to the dungeon. Now's not the time for looking at trees. Now is the time for action. Okay, so we're not going to take the stairs. We are going to go to that, I think it's an ATM. Wait. I lost it. There we go. Cash machine has two options, so let's do liquidate. Oops, looks like the machine broke. Okay. So I don't know if liquidate specifically means that I get liquid, but... Okay, this is where the tougher ones start showing up. No! I'm not ready to fall here. If I do faint in the dungeon before we level up Isaac, I'm just gonna go on the dates. I don't think 3 dungeon runs is quite appropriate. I'm not always good at getting that combo off, but when I do get the Rain of Swords, it's pretty eye-catching. Finally a place with taste. I thought it was impossible in the dungeon. This bar won't have the best wines, but perhaps we can have a little digestif. Ah, yes, perfect. He pulls a bottle out from some crevice under the bar. Here's a lovely cardamom. Now, I don't know what that is, so let's take a second and learn what... I want to pretend that I have refined tastes, and Boyfriend Dungeon is going to be the way that... What is Cardamero, and why should you drink it right now? From Food and Wine. You could be forgiving for thinking that Cardamero was a cardamom amaro. Amaro? Sorry. As you can tell, I don't drink a whole lot. Confession, we're the experts here, and we thought so until quite recently. I mean, if you were naming Italian liqueurs, that's what Cardamero would mean, right? The truth is something more interesting. Cardamero is a wine-based aperitif. Wait a minute, he said digestif! Infused with cardoon and blessed thistle, two artichoke relatives, then aged in oak. The result has the richness and weight of a sweet vermouth and only a gentle herbal bitterness. It really tastes like a lighter, more drinkable version of artichoke-based Cynar, and that's a delicious thing indeed. We're fans of sipping Cardamero straight or on the rocks, but it might even be better incorporated into cocktails, and here's 3 to try. For that, you will need to For that, you will need to visit foodandwine.com. Alright, not an Amaro at all, you say. Oh god, I should have read the rest of the dialogue. But a wine aperitif with a blessed thistle.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder what what cocktails an expert bartender might put it into. I'll just watch. As you wish. He pours himself a small glass and sips thoughtfully. Not bad. A bit unpolished, but probably good enough for mixing. Ah, well. Let's leave the bartending to the bartenders, shall we? Would you like to offer a gift? I think it's pretty obvious here that he's going to enjoy the fine things. So yeah, either we give him the single malt scotch or a fine bourbon. I'm thinking probably the scotch is right here. So it tastes like the inside of a specific barrel in Scotland. This looks delicious. Perhaps I do deserve a bit of indulgence after the day I've had. Our talents lie elsewhere. Okay, so unless there are other, you are more powerful than your fears. I actually really do like the encouragement that Isaac gives you. I mean, it's in character, right? He is your trainer earlier on. Ugh. But yeah, unless there are any objections, I think I'm going to end the dungeon run on this level, and we'll go on some dates. We'll give it a good home. Point for the monsters. Okay. I'm not very good at using my zines still. Okay, I'll just double check that. Yeah, where we need to be. So, and there's no elevator to go up. Alright, well, looks like I'm stuck on the... That's unusual. I really thought that that you could end the dungeon at any time. Alright, well, I'll try and make it, I'm not gonna deliberately go out of my way to, like, lose, but I'm gonna try and make it quick. Ugh! I mean, if nothing else, it'll just make me stronger for the eventual boss encounter. The more I do this, the higher my experience is, the higher my health bar goes up, and the more mistakes I can make. Oof. So I'll heal up here. Well, it's kind of a moot point now. We'll clear out the next room just because there's only 1 HP for me there. Ooh. Well, that could have gone much worse. Everything has a purpose. Alright, so I don't think there's any benefit for doing this, but I'm gonna get it out of the way really quick. Fascinating. People's decisions never cease to surprise me. Someone spent time and energy to do this. Make a love nest. Here of all places. I don't mean to be rude, but given that we're not a couple, I suppose we can ignore the decor and just simply take a well-deserved rest. He settles stiffly in among the hearts and lips. Isaac shifts, first to one side, then the other. Finally he sighs, exasperated. No, this isn't working. I feel less rested than before. Let's just move on and forget we were ever here. Oh, that's interesting. So I'm curious if this is different if I actually pursue a romantic relationship with Isaac. So for those of you kind of curious, the way this game works, it's not quite like... okay, so if I want to escape... Do you want to leave? Yeah, I said I was going to leave, so... this game's not quite Mass Effect, where each character is kind of stuck in their preferences, and you have to pick one path. You can kind of choose your level of engagement, I suppose. But I wasn't sure if the game actually registered whether or not I was in sort of a platonic relationship with these characters or not. I wonder who had the job of naming all of... I don't know how many levels there are for your character, but... Alright. It's the first time we've done that. So, we've got a lot of messages. Oh, wow. So, basically everyone. Okay, so what we need to remember here is that these are the messages that we got from our last 2 runs in the dungeon, and that also includes Eric, who started messaging us after his apparition kind of attacked us. So, Rowan... Jacobus blood. Sorry, that was Crowley. Though I could use your help. An appraiser is coming to assess my inheritance, and I don't wish to be alone with him. Will you come? Of course. Thank you. Sawyer. Oh, cool. I don't think we saw these. Whoa! That grilled cheese put me into a sleep coma. They should sell it as a sedative. Tastiest sedative in the West. Are you okay? Definitely. Just... have to eat, not eat one before a test. Oh, but I forgot to tell you, I was so pumped from yesterday that I made breakfast all by myself. The egg wasn't blackened at all. I cut the bread myself too. I feel so powerful. Achievement unlocked. Oh, so I did read that. Shades emoji. Hey, so the dunge, right? That means you work in the gig economy? I guess so. Cool. Okay. I have an assignment for my economics class. If you have a minute, I'd like to interview you. Come to Paradise Lost when you can. Pocket's owner. Okay, letting Pocket out again. We live live near the Paradise Lost Cafe, so probably look around there if you want to find him. Eric. Did you do something? Something I should know about? Like what? I don't know. Never mind. I know what happened. Sorry. Hey, I keep seeing something called Blade Generation everywhere. All I know is it's really popular. Be my youth culture interpreter. What is it? Unless it's some kind of sex thing, then don't tell me. Where's the option to horrify mom and explain? It's a band. Oh, okay. Well, if you find a CD of theirs, bring it home so I can listen. Ah! I don't want to fall completely out of touch, you know. Thanks, honey. Can you believe you've already been in Verona Beach for most of the summer? I can. Feels like it's been forever. I miss you. How's it going? What'd you do today, sweetie? Just working the dunge. So hardworking. Don't forget to have some fun. You're only young once. I'd like to talk with you again about things that matter. Can you meet me at the mansion one more time? Sure. Man, it really feels like this is getting close to an ending. Thanks. Not Eric. It's been cool going to the dunge, but it's not exactly cozy. I saw a poster for this cool show. I'd invite you over to watch TV, but my agent has this place bugged for sure. Creepy. Yeah, but contracts. Can we hang out at your place, or would it be weird? If you don't answer, that's okay. I get it. Sure. Cool. I'll be there soon. You have a few minutes before 7 will be here. You're struck by sudden anxiety. Your apartment feels suffocatingly dirty and boring. Tidy up. You do a bit of tidying and dusting, even though it's already pretty clean. You imagine his face of disgust or disappointment, and your heart hammers in your chest. Everything goes dark. You feel a hand on your shoulder and hear, "Hey, hey, it's okay. Breathe." Slowly, you take a shaky breath and open your eyes.
Hey.
I'm here. I have a glass of water for you. How did you... Sorry, I barged in. The door was unlocked and I felt like something was wrong. I had to check. I'm glad I did. It seemed like you needed someone. You always seem so together, but I know how it is. Not anxiety exactly, but I'm chronically depressed. At first I thought it was the stress of Blade Generation. I'm sure Blade Generation doesn't make it easier, but depression is part of who I am. I'm mostly on top of it. Therapy, meds, routines. They help me manage. If I seem cold sometimes, that's why. Old coping habits mostly. Oh man, this one hits really hard. So, I've actually, this is someone, a pretty dear friend of mine actually, who, I got to admit, like, there are times I've been kind of rough on them, because one of the things is that it's very easy to sort of perceive some of that as, you know, somebody being unnecessarily distant or just not caring. You know, it's a tough one, because now I know a little bit about their background, but obviously you get, particularly when you kind of keep in touch with people by text, you're not really able to, you're not able to get inflections and such. So if all you sort of see from someone are like one word or two word text messages, and you don't really get a lot of engagement with them, then it's sort of like, well, like, are you for real? Like, what's going on here? Like, I don't need to keep messaging if it's not welcome. But obviously this is something that people are going through, and more importantly, like, I don't know how many people were like that and didn't feel comfortable telling me about them. So, yeah, this is definitely one. I mean, obviously, it's, I tried my best to make Eric at least mildly sympathetic, but in this particular case here, this is definitely something that I've run into. And the reason why I bring this up is not necessarily because this is my confessional, although maybe it sort of is, but just think of the way that I was reacting to him, right? I was sort of saying, it's like, Eric's definitely a jackass, but 7 kind of seems to be a little too good for a lot of stuff. And I was trying to see what the the difference between the two was. And obviously we're learning a little bit more about 7. And again, this just kind of keys into some of the things that I was already saying I like about the game. Thanks for telling me. It's harder now that Sungwoo is getting even closer to my territory, but I was really glad that you invited me over today. I've been stewing. Here, have these. Fashion designers sent me these for a sponsorship, but they'd look better on you. Thanks. Sure, no problem. As for tonight, there's a new season of a series I like to binge, Chronocyte. It won a bunch of awards. So we talked about what... Does anybody remember what Chronocyte was? I'm curious how many remember that, chat. It's a detective mystery show set in the future. And I brought cheesies as a snack, too. I love mysteries. Maybe I should keep my past mysterious, huh? Oh, well, too late for that, I guess. I'll have to invent new secrets. He falls into your couch and you put on Chronocyte. It seems mostly to take place in alleys with smoking vents at night. I've shot those. They keep hinting that the detective can transform into a weapon, but not what kind. Whichever way I step, fate is waiting for me to trip up. Smoking jazz singer. Then maybe you should trip her first. Seven munches on a cheesy. He glances at you sidelong. Lean back. Look, there's more than 6 bullet holes. Somehow she had time to reload. That's impossible, unless... Seven leans into you slightly, his knee brushing yours. Hey! The detective's assistant is short-lived and dies under mysterious circumstances. Wait, play that recording again. The voice in the call is smoky. And jazzy. You'll never take me alive, Savacop. I'm the Garrote! No, I'm the Garrote, and there's only room for one in this town. Seven's lips quirk upwards, enjoying the show. So we've got Firebolt. Chain Lightning does more damage when it doesn't fork, and Merciless. Chain Lightning prefers to target enemies with lowest health. Ooh, I think I prefer Firebolt though, so we'll stick with that. You are acutely aware of Seven's breathing next to you. Stay strictly platonic. You enjoy the rest of the show together until the credits roll. Would you like to offer a gift? Yes. We had a mystery novel. I thought we did anyway. Oh wait, maybe I need to build it. Never mind. You decide not to give a gift right now. I really like you, but I should go home. This was fun. Thanks, me too. I'll text you, and look forward to the next time. Look, I don't know how to say this, but I'm into you. I have big decisions coming up, and even just your friendship would mean a lot. I'm here for you. I know you are. Thank you, Alfred. I'll text you.
Later.
Night. He lets himself out. Hey. You'll tell me if I get too clingy, right? I promise. Cool. Ah! I don't want to take your friendship for granted. I'll talk to you later, okay? Alright, what does Sunder say? Hey, I have something to tell you. Let me know when you have a second. I'll come over. Now is good. Cool. On my way. You wait for Sunder to show up. You wash your hands just as there's a knock on the door. Come in.
Thanks. Hi.
Oh, wait. You can't invite vampires in. Ah!
Oh, weird timing, but I have some bad news.
You feel your chest get heavy, as if a weight were pressing down. It's clear as day, you see Sunder's face as he's about... You see in Sunder's face that he's about to break up with you. Your mind resists imagining how things could be different between you. You imagine a reality in which he had infinite love to give you, his heart yours forever. No, I want the truth. Sunder sighs, steeling himself for what he's about to say.
Even though we're just friends, I have to say, I don't think we should see each other anymore. Not like we have been.
Why not?
I'm not enough for you. I never was and never will be. I've loved spending time with you and seeing the world through your eyes.
Blunt. Oh, man. Thirsty. Oh, Jesus. They did such a good job with the writing on this. Okay. So heavy finishers also briefly stun enemies. Heavy finish. Oh, we definitely need to do the.
It made me remember what it's like to be young and mortal, I mean. You're great, but your friendship deserves more time than I can give. I just don't have the energy. I am too old or too lazy or... I just can't. I'm sorry.
If there's one thing I've learned in 200 years, it's self-care. Oh no, you don't ruin that. Okay. Yeah? Good. Great. Cool. You wonder if you're actually okay. You're not sure yet. We've had fun, haven't we? As far as I'm concerned, that's a win. I had one of these around, so I thought you might want it. You're a good wielder, after all. It gives you a small but heavy wooden box. You open it to find a quartz whetstone. Don't read too much into that. It's just a piece of rock, okay? With a whetstone, you're a master wielder. You gain double love with all weapons, unlimited by a love rank. Maybe you'll find someone more deserving that you can use it on someday. But other than that, I guess this is an end of an era. A change, at least. I guess I'll just get out of your hair.
See ya.
See you later, I hope. He lets himself out. Your throat feels tight, constricting. You've reached max love level with Sunder. This, by the way, I was not expecting this to be the first weapon that I hit max level with. A few hours pass in a blurry haze until you fall into a light sleep. You're woken by a knock. Through the peephole, you see a worried-looking Mandy. Come in?
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I tried to help you, but... Well, you deserve better, that's all. Do you love him? I guess I do, yeah. Like a little brother. Makes it hurt more to see him keep doing this. Sometimes I think he'll learn something, but he never does. Though I knew what kind of a man he was when I turned him all those years ago. They still keep expecting better. Maybe I'm the stuck one. We do our best. I tell myself that, but it doesn't help much. I don't normally do this, but want a hug before I go? Sure. You let her wrap you in a surprisingly strong hug. You feel her inhale deeply.
Oh.
Wow. I can see what Sunder is crazy for. You smell delicious. Sorry, too soon? Too soon. Keep being good, Alfred. You're better at it than most. She gives a little wave as she leaves, and you lock the door behind her. Man, I really... Again, I'm sorry I keep raving about the writing, but this game's really, really well done. Mandy said she came to see you. I'm sorry for everything. I hope she didn't make it worse. Oh, man, these are tough ones. So I definitely don't like that one. I don't think indifference is the right answer. This is a little stronger than what I would want to say, but it's kind of process of elimination on these ones, so I'll say, I miss you. Sorry. Hope we can still fight together sometimes. But I know I asked for space, so I'll stop bothering you. I owe you a drink for the other night, and I miss hanging out, just as humans. Come to my studio? Yep. I'm there now. That katana thing is Eric's friend, right? If Eric thinks that's a joke, I'm gonna stab him straight in the heart. I swear to God. Friends don't make friends feel unsafe. Summer's almost over. Can't believe it went so quickly. No way. Yeah, way. You're only here for the summer. That apartment's lease is almost up. You got a flight home soon. Remember now? Do I have to go? Yeah, well, your mom would kill me if I let you become homeless. Anyway, I have some news. You're probably busy, but Eric's been acting even weirder than usual. Plus, I went by his shop the other night. I think there's weird lights and sounds inside. I think maybe he's up to something? Definitely. I'm thinking we go over and just gather intel. You up for it? Okay, let's do it. Great. Meet me outside the weapon shop. after it gets dark. Hey, I heard it's over with Sunder. Are you okay? I'll be okay. Hope that's all anyone can hope. I'm here for you, cuz. Talk to you later. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have stacked up all of the events in one place. Ah, boy. Let's do Mansion San Drogo. You find Isaac alone in the sanctuary.
I just wanted to help people. I thought I could work within the system to help people and impress my father. Some part of me thought being a good sword would impress him too. Even one kind word would have helped so much. But you helped me see how much I depend on Vincent, emotionally.
Okay, so we've got wide stance. Enemies hit by riposte have a chance to become frightened. And enemies hit by let's do Pierce.
And how much I didn't need to. I could become more independent and be myself. We haven't known each other for very long, but you're already an important part of my life. I guess I trust your opinion more than anyone else's at this point.
I mean, I've tried beating investors at their own game. That doesn't work. So, what's the best way to use what time and money I have left to help fix income inequality? Political influence. I wouldn't be comfortable in office myself, but I could help campaign for someone I believed in. Speaking of things that drain your finances, I know they wouldn't be with me, so this is a random question, but do you think you'll ever want a kid? Be a father to someone? Probably not. That's what I thought, but now this whole thing with Vincent has me thinking. Parents have such power over their children, it's terrifying, but such a gift. I didn't want any either, I thought. I worried I'd be as cruel as Vincent. I suppose it's a decision I'll make in the years to come, when the time is right.
Either way, I'm glad I'll have you as a friend I can call on.
You share a quiet moment, contemplating your future friendship.
Well, I was going to do some fencing drills. Care to join me?
En garde. You spend the afternoon practicing and chatting, as if there wasn't a care in the world. Eventually, you part with a long, sweet embrace. You've reached maximum love level with Isaac. Yeah, that's such a different ending than Sunder. It's sad my favorite fencing student is leaving Verona Beach soon. Of course, you're more than just a student to me, but I'll still miss our lessons. Me too. They say distance makes the heart grow fonder. I prefer less painful methods personally. Good thing I have some healing potions left over. I'm glad we still have some time together before you go, even if that katana creature is on the loose. So I wonder how he knew about that. Who's next? Jake is at the studio talking to Valeria when you arrive.
Hey.
Hey, Alfred. Valeria gives your hand a squeeze and doesn't look away from your eyes when she says, "Say hi, Jake." Hi, Jake. Valeria glares at him until he drops his gaze. I thought we were going to try and be friends with each other. I saved both of you at the museum job, didn't I? Should count for something, especially since I wasn't invited.
Ugh.
That was my decision, Jake. You must have expected it with the way you've been acting. I'm a Rose of Venus, Valentine. You should have told me about it. There's a moment between them. You almost feel like you're intruding. You're right. I should have said something. I just wanted to show Alfred what we do. It turned into a disaster. Had a great night. Being Rose is exciting, but it's usually not that exciting. Jake shoves his hands into his pockets and clears his throat to catch your attention. I have something to tell you. Both of you.
Huh?
I spoke to Jess, my sister, and she wants you back, Val. Jake eyes you curiously, as if expecting you to interject before continuing. Not as we were before, as partners. She wants us to be Roses of Venus, the Roses of Venus again. You, me, Jess, and him too. It takes a moment before you realize he's gesturing at you. You look at Valeria, and she looks at you as shocked as you feel. What? You're important to Val, and you can keep a secret. Jake grins as sharp as knife grin and cocks an eyebrow.
Yeah?
So what do you say? Want to join the Roses of Venus? Not quite ready for that commitment. A look of acceptance passes over Jake's face as he tries to dredge up a smile, but fails. I didn't think you would, but I had to try. It means I've lost you too, huh, Valentine? You just haven't lost me, Jake. I'm still a Rose of Venus. I just have a life here in Verona Beach. Tell her that. Tell her I'm happy. Maybe happier than I've ever been. Jake looks between the two of you and shakes his head.
Yeah.
I'll tell her. Take care of yourself, Valentine. He turns and gives you a gruff nod. And you two. The bell above the door rings as Jake departs, leaving just you and Valeria in her studio. You okay? Yeah. Yeah, I am. Valeria looks towards the door where Jake was standing moments before.
Jake and Jessica. The Roses of Venus. All of that messed me up for a long time. Moving here, painting, making new friends, trusting again. It helped me heal. I finally feel ready for something new.
Okay, so rolling hurts nearby enemies or do damage in an area automatically at the end of a roll. I think we'll do hit and run.
Do you mind if I sit and paint you? Just for a little while?
Sure.
Thanks.
You sit for her, watching as the line between Valeria's eyebrows crinkle in concentration. A warm silence is interspersed with laughter as she brings you to life on her canvas.
Ciao.
Eventually you head home. You have reached maximum love with Valeria. We've been through some shit, huh? I'm pretty confident no ducks will ever come between us. Or, I mean, other humans. They also won't. It's a nice feeling trusting again. I won't let you down. Even if you did, I wouldn't let you get away that easy. You might be leaving Verona Beach soon, but I'm a traveler too. I'll find you. Don't go without saying goodbye, okay? And let me know if you want to pop back in the dungeon sometime. Okay, we've got 2 events at Paradise Lost, I think. Oh, but we've also got Rowan, so let's take care of Rowan, because I'm almost certainly I'm going to forget them. The mansion's front door does not have a doorbell, only a raven-headed door knocker. Knock gently. The door is cold against your fingers as you nervously tap it. The door swings open and it seems dark inside. Hello? A hoarse chuckle rasps from within the mansion.
Nothing more.
Only this and nothing more. Enter. You hesitantly step inside, but it's so dark that it takes your eyes a moment to adjust. A hoarse chuckle rasps from a shadow.
Nothing more.
Only this and nothing more.
Hush.
Hush, Crowley. No jokes right now, please. Please don't mind him. Thank you for coming. Tea is nearly ready.
Nothing more.
You find you're in a sitting room that smells of dusty feathers and moldy fabric.
Good day.
Welcome. The appraiser will be here soon. Don't let him walk all over us, all right? He seems both lonely and bitter, which is dangerous. Use the light touch. Follow my lead. You know him well?
No.
Not well, no, but he isn't subtle.
Nothing more.
Thinks he's the Hierophant, or maybe Justice, but he's just a Knight of Swords. A knock on the door interrupts you both, which then opens. Well, hello, lovelies. I wasn't expecting Alfred as well. You're a sight for sore eyes. Ha! Are you here to bid on the estate items as well? Let Rowan answer. You sip your tea, delicious, layered, and Rowan meets your eye with a small, grateful smile. Alfred is my associate, serving as a witness, that is all. Would you like some tea? I harvested the leaves just this morning.
No.
I'd rather not waste time, no matter how exciting. My store has to be closed while I'm here, after all.
Quick, get the katana.
Let's just see the blades and be done with it. Rowan brings out a long silk-wrapped package, and they unwrap to reveal a sword and a sickle. They're family heirlooms from the British side of the family. Well, the sword is in the style of ancient Britain, almost 2,000 years ago. It's fine workmanship for a replica. I'd give you 300 for that. Rowan clears his throat and speaks almost too quietly to be heard.
No.
It's not a replica.
Ugh.
This isn't a 2,000-year-old sword, my dear Enby. Be reasonable. It's a blade that Boudica wielded when she defeated the Romans and chased them from Wales. Eric blinks and then blinks again. He clears his throat awkwardly, gathering his thoughts. First of all, Boudica didn't defeat the Romans. They defeated her, sadly. Imperialist propaganda. Second of all, if you think this blade is more than 50 years old, you are dumber than you look. Whether you are trying to deceive me or have been deceived is immaterial. Do you have a certificate or some other documentation I can inspect? Rowan doesn't respond. Eric snorts and turns his attention to the sickle. Here, there is a bit of family resemblance. What is this, a cousin? You tell me. Well, it's potentially a bit older than the other, maybe 100 years or so. What is this crest? You're the expert. Now, don't sulk. It ruins your pretty forehead. The crest adds a bit of exotic flavor. Not many collectors of sickles, though, so it'd also be $300. I see. So, do we have a deal? You won't get a better offer anywhere.
Nevermore.
Tell your pigeon to let the adults do the negotiating, and I'll increase my offer to $350.
Future.
Look, if you think being called a pigeon is an insult, you're hopeless. Everyone knows pigeons are the most romantic of birds. You should just go. 400, but that's my final offer. Why not reap the benefits of my expertise, I said leave now. Eric hesitates and looks to you, a flinty defiance in his eyes. Sip your tea. Your tea seems to taste even better as you watch Rowan transform. You're not the sharpest tool in the shed, are you, Eric? Eric makes a hasty exit. Well, I should have known better than to trust a profane merchant. Besides which, his aura seems to be sickening, as if it were rotting. I would have sold them to him, even for millions. I was mostly curious. What is the sickle? The sickle belonged to... So, the game does normally explain stuff, but let's do a quick look. Sickle belonged to... Is it Tlachka? The great druidess of holy fire. So... This is from Wikipedia. Tlachka, modern Irish... Okay. Was a powerful druidess in Irish mythology and the red-haired daughter of the archdruid Mug Rulf. She accompanied him on his world travels, learning his magical secrets and discovering sacred stones in Italy. Tlachka's name was attached to the Hill of Ward in County Meath, which is the site of prominent festivals in honor of... in her honor in the Middle Ages. And I don't think it gives any... I don't think it gives any dates. I wanted to know what it was worth to people today, and now I do. I wish Alice were here to tell me what to do next, but then I wouldn't have this problem, Crowley preens Rowan's hair gently, making a soft clicking sound. Thank you for your support today. Alright, So we've got heavy for a start. So heavy finishes create temporary gravity well, pulling enemies towards them. We've got dread. Gravity wells do damage over time to any enemy being affected by them. And finale, gravity wells explode and do damage when they expire. This is a tricky one, actually. So do we want to bank the damage over time? Because I don't see how the enemies are going to escape. Yeah, you know what? I think finale probably makes a little more sense. I'm usually impatient, but this seems to be the better choice. You said you wanted to wield me. Sorry, you said you wanted to wield me for power before. Today, you were very passive, but I know I urge subtly, so that's what I asked for, right? I don't know how I've earned your loyalty, but I'm glad I have it. Would you like to offer a gift? Oh, I wasn't really paying attention. Is there something old that we can? Let's try and give the gloves. A thoughtful gift. I sense kinship between us.
Goodbye.
Crowley's a bit abrupt, but yes, I look forward to the dunge if you want to wield me. Perhaps we can go sightseeing. I like that.
Farewell.
Excellent. Good day then. You head home. You and Eric have an unhealthy resonance. I would avoid him if I were you. I pity him. Pitied rattlesnakes still bite. Take care. Okay. We'll visit Sawyer first and then the cat. You find Sawyer and Olivia sharing a textbook and comparing notes.
Hi!
Oh good, you made it. Olivia, meet Alfred.
Hey!
Oh, we already know each other a little bit. We hung out here, in fact. Funny. Well, Alfred fits the bill of a gig economy worker who has a college education. He fits the assignment, so let's start the interview. Well? Aw, Kitty, we should interview you instead. You're a gig economy worker, too. Does he have a degree? I'm not sure a cat cafe counts as a gig. He gets room and board, you know. Cat wanders away.
Huh?
Sawyer, how could you be so rude to that poor exploited kitty? Hey, if you want to start a cat union, I'm on board, but we have homework to do. Okay. So, Alfred, how much do you think college education helps someone work better in the dunge? A little. Olivia furrows her brow a little. Okay, we know it's a dangerous job, but do you get any benefits from working in the dunge? I meet new people. That would be true of any job. It's not really the kind of benefit we mean. Traditionally, workers get health or life insurance, unemployment pay, minimum wage, or even a company car if the job requires it. This isn't that kind of a job.
Yup.
Well, okay, but what are the opportunities for advancement that you have? I level up. Sawyer frowns at their notes and exchanges a look with Olivia. Well, according to this evaluation assignment, you are being thoroughly exploited. And the more jobs like yours, the more unstable and fragile our economy is. Well, jobs like mine too. It's not like they pay weapons better. What have I done? So now on top of exams and homework, I have to worry about contributing to exploitation. You're doing fine. Alfred's right, you know. So chill, it's not your fault. You're doing your best, and you're still a student. Once you've graduated, you can do whatever, you know? Sawyer sighs and the cat returns, jumping next to them and staring curiously. Well, I'm gonna go. I have other homework before my shift. See ya. Olivia gives the cat a neck scratch on her way out. Sawyer thoughtfully pets the cat, frowning. It purrs softly. What's wrong? I'm not sure. Everything, maybe. Or nothing. Let's have a big exam coming up, and I don't feel ready for anything. But it's fine. I'm fine. I should just focus on the here and now. Which means, here and now, I should probably be brave and say... You swallow, fingers fidgeting. I don't know if this is a date for you, but I like you. I really like you. Intense. All finishers immobilize and knock back. Meow, meow, meow. Good point, Kitty. But I meant Alfred. Sorry. Cat goes back to sleep. That's actually a nice little break. So, what do you think? Is it okay that I like you? Maybe a lot? It's a tough one. I'll say I like you as a friend, and I hope they don't take it the wrong way. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. I'll just adjust my expectations. Thanks. Okay. I was actually feeling a little nervous on that one. You spend the rest of the afternoon petting cats and chatting. Eventually, you head home. I got an A on the interview assignment. Nice work. I'm pumped. Let's dunge. I think that's it. You find Pocket sleeping in a sunbeam in the corner of the cafe. His fur looks unbelievably soft. It sounds like he's snoring a little bit. Resist the temptation. Exercising superhuman restraint, you sit quietly nearby, waiting for him to wake up. Olivia approaches.
Hey!
Hey, Alfred, who's your friend? Wait, that cat doesn't work here. At the sound, Pocket wakes and jumps to his feet, fur bristling.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, little guy. You're so cute just a second ago. I love cats, but I wouldn't pet strays. It could be very stressful for them. It's not a stray exactly. He hangs around out here, but I guess he has a collar. Someone must love him. I wonder what he's doing out here. Pocket licks his paw and rubs his face. Oh, he's having a little bath. That's the cutest. Pocket stops licking to glare at Olivia. Sorry, I'll leave you two in peace. As soon as she leaves, Pocket makes a small mew. Would you like to offer a gift? The mackerel! Pocket buries his head in the fish immediately, chowing down wholeheartedly. You stare into his big yellow eyes, and he stares right back. Offer your hand. Pocket approaches your hand warily, making eye contact with you the whole time. He abruptly decides to nuzzle your hand, rubbing the side of his head against your knuckles. Alright, so we got playtime. Enemies take extra damage when hit while immobilized, or forceful. Enemies are also briefly stunned when immobilized. I think probably extra damage is where I want to go. He stops, perking up curiously, as if to an unheard signal. Something has caught his attention. Follow him. You follow him as he slinks outside. He slips between slats of a fence and escapes you. A few moments later, you hear a cacophonous racket of hissing and growling. Pocket sprints past at lightning speed. A rough-looking street cat steps out of the alley, looks around, and goes back inside. You head home. My cat's acting weird. Lots of energy. Did you feed him anything? Not me. Huh, okay. Well, he's really into fish now. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Naked Steel's the last thing, and then I do need to think about when I'm going to be wrapping up, especially because I had a later start. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get one more dungeon run, and I'm really going to try and get to the boss. We'll still go from the top level because I do need to level up some of my other weapons. But the weapon shop is locked, but there's no lights on inside.
Psst.
You look around, but don't see anyone.
Over here.
You spot Jesse hiding behind a car. You duck into a shadow and join him. This is ridiculous.
Shh. He's coming out.
You hear the shop door open and take a peek. You see Eric and his friend conferring.
Repeat your orders once more. I don't want any mistakes this time. No.
No, killing. Come on, focus. I'm glad I double-checked. Watch. Yes. Watch, Alfred.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely. A cookie for you. What kind of cookies do you like? Macaroon? Then attack, Alfred.
No.
No. What about Oreos? Oh, this isn't gonna work, is it? I love. Yes, I know you love me. I created you. It's only natural. I love to kill. Oh. Well, that's unacceptable. I made you to obey me, and I don't want you to hurt anyone.
Lies.
I mean, everyone has thoughts, but I don't actually want to hurt anyone.
Lies.
Oh, this is getting really interesting. Fine, come back inside so I can fix you. You're in no state for a mission. Stranger hisses and then turns to look straight at you. No! Target acquired! Nasume! Inside! Now! Masamune smiles widely at you, staring openly. Eric follows its gaze and his eyes widen. Alfred! And Jesse? What are you doing here? Hey, Eric. We just happen to be in the neighborhood. You made this thing? His name is Masamune, but yes, he's been a work in progress. Aren't we all? He has some flaws in his designs and some serious problems. Don't we all? Stop saying that. Now, as it happens, I could use your help. I put in a lot of effort gathering the materials and smithing him. But now I think it's time to deactivate Masamune. Why? He's become unruling, and I think it's time to iterate Masamune version 2. You know, Dr. Frankenstein learned his lesson the first time around. Genius takes time. I have a smithing technique that will make me rich. Here. I knew there'd be kinks to work out in the design, but I thought they'd be on the sexy side of kinks. I'd hoped it wouldn't come to this. Sorry, old boy. Eric pats the monster's shoulder awkwardly. The katana creature continues staring at you hungrily, shrugging away Eric's hand. So now you want us to kill it? Him? The thing's attention snaps to Eric. No. Ixnay on the Ilk. Masamune slashes at Eric, slicing open his arm and chest, exposing flesh beneath. Eric shrieks and faints, and Masamune melts into a nearby shadow. Jesse dials 911. Yes, there is an emergency. We need an ambulance. 542 Tybalt Lane. Oh, that's a good choice. Help staunch the bleeding. You press on Eric's wounds, applying basic first aid. I'm dying. I can feel it. My life force slipping away. I give my weapon shop to you, Alfred. Take good care of it. Remember me.
Nah.
Dude, you're gonna be fine. Stop the dramatics.
No.
You don't know that. Maybe I'll be dead any second. Then how will you feel? An ambulance pulls up. Good time. Remember me. Paramedic ushers him into the ambulance and drives away. Well, that could have gone better. At least we found something out. That katana creature's on the loose, though. We better be careful until it's found. Why did Eric want it to watch you anyway? He's a stalker? Ugh, I guess he is, isn't he? Jeez, disturbing. Well, you don't have to interact with him anymore. He went way over the line. Keep yourself safe, okay? And I will, too. Except the dunge, I guess. That's just work. Are you gonna be okay at home alone? I'm so sorry I introduced you to that guy. At least you have really good locks on the door. I paid top dollar. But I can come stay on the couch in case, if you'd like to sleep. No need.
See ya.
Alright then. Talk to you later, cuz. You head home. You feel your heart leaping into your throat, thudding, urgent. You lock the door firmly and then double check, then lock it again to be sure. Your head feels cloudy, foggy, with thoughts that leap ahead of you, faster than you can catch them. You saw Eric get attacked. What would Katana do next? What is he capable of? Find out in the full version of Boyfriend... No, I'm kidding. No answer comes to mind, only questions. You putter around and waste time until the clock says you really, really should try to sleep. You lie down reluctantly, bracing yourself for hours of tossing and turning. Take a few deep breaths, curling up into yourself. Eventually, you fall into the darkness of a deep sleep. In the morning, you find Jesse anxiously scrolling on his phone. Hey, cuz. Sorry, I let myself in. There's a bit of an... What about that top dollar lock? It's a bit of an emergency. You might want to sit down. Oh, you're already sitting. Good. So nobody's answering their phone. Isaac, Sunder, Valeria, nobody. All my weapon friends are weirdly silent this morning. What does that mean? I don't know. I was hoping to figure it out before you woke up, but here we are. This is bad weird. What if Katana got to all of them somehow? Jesse jumps at a knock on the door. Who is it? Don't worry, the lock will hold. I got a lifetime guarantee from the locksmith. Jesse looks through the peephole. Oh, phew. It's just Samantha. She's probably a little weirded out, too. I'll be right back. He unbolts the door and steps out. You quickly lock the door after him. Call someone. Bring up your phone, but your contacts are blank. Even Mom. Weird. Where'd they go? You realize, despite all your striving, that you're alone. Everyone is gone. Maybe forever. How do I fix this? You remember all the times you pushed someone away or made yourself less likable. You laughed at the wrong times. You asked the wrong questions. You were too quiet or too loud. To fix it, you'd have to become a totally different person. Is that even possible? You hear a hissing and jump to realize Katana is standing next to you with a smirk. I'll destroy you. You grow in power and strength as you decide that this is a fight worth having, a fight worth winning. Katana shrinks back from your newfound resolve. You rush to meet Katana and demand answers for your missing weapon friends. He melts into darkness. You chase him for what feels like a long time until you're panting with exertion. You wake up with a trace of sweat beading on your back. Was that just a dream? Through a series of pinches, you determine the dream is over and that you're really awake now. Probably. You take a deep breath and feel a clarity thrill through you from scalp to fingertips. You take another deep breath. Whatever happens, you're ready. We gotta do something about this monster on the loose, especially before you fly home. Gonna be the end of summer before you know it. When's my flight? Too soon, so we gotta hurry. A little bit. I'll try to grill Eric. He's in the hospital, but that means he can't run away. I've been taking blacksmithing classes. Maybe I can use that? We'll let you know if I find out anything. Alright, so let's get some crafting done. And then, again, we'll do at least one more run in the dungeon. Made designer pods. So, I mean, it does mean that I'm going to go a little later than my usual time, but that's fine. I feel like Isaac would be the recipient of the love letter. Wait for a gift opportunity to give it to someone special. Lucky earrings. Check it out in the mirror. Cowboy hat. Yay. Marsky cologne. That's probably a Sunder gift. The Queen perfume. A dozen red roses. That's probably an Isaac one. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I feel like I probably have a better idea of some characters. Okay, I need fabric. So let's say 8 fabric. This also gives me a chance to check out prices. Welcome. So I'm just going to take some notes. I know we're probably close to the end of the game, but blue is 10. So 3 plastic basically winds up being $5 at that conversion rate. I won't worry too much about these. Although, you know what? I will buy them at least. Oops. Okay. We'll just go up to 10. And then, let's do... So we got a big stack of everything. Thank you. Oh, there's our mystery novel. All right. Yeah, so all of these, so far as I can tell, none of these give you benefits. So we'll stick with our striped sweater. And then for hats, so designer glasses, overpriced, but capitalism comes for us all. Lucky earrings, it must have been working because I'm lucky to have them. Halo, beverage heals more. Oh, sorry, I should actually. It's the pink that matters. So enemies get stunned when they damage you. Bike helmet, carry more beverages but fewer zines. Blue flower, beverage heals more. Bowler hat, carry more zines but fewer beverages. Bucket hides the map, low visibility. Cap, exit shows in the minimap. Cool shades, enemy bleed when they damage you. Cultist miter doubles all damage. Cowboy hat, carry more zines but fewer beverages. Designer glasses see further. Fox hood, exit shows in the minimap. Halo beverage heals more. Designer pawns, different soundtrack. Interesting. Knight helmet, carry more beverages but fewer zines. Phoenix cap revives once. I'm wondering if this is a fit for a king reference or just they wanted a crown in the game. Sun hat, enemies get stunned when they damage you. Top hat and monocle, there's bougie, and then there's you. And yeah, okay, so the stuff we just built didn't really give us anything. So I'll do one last just kind of pass to make sure that I'm not missing anything obvious. I'm pretty sure we've dealt with everything, and at this point we just need to level up our weapons the old-fashioned way. So let's see if we can get a boss down on this. I'm gonna wait, love maxed, wait for a date invitation. Okay, so in that case, let's go for Rowan. It gives me a chance.
The ley lines don't indicate this place to be a place of power.
I do like the range on the scythe. Ah! That was not a round to be proud of. This is probably because it's an earlier level, but definitely things seem to be working better with Sawyer. Greed was my downfall. All right. I'm curious here. I'm going to do liquidate to see if it's the same. Yeah, +1 liquid. So I'm going to guess that's the same each time. That's the easiest challenge I'll ever do. This is a really... I really like this game. I was favorably disposed to it at the start. I think that kind of goes without saying. But so I liked the first time I played it because I thought we got to have some really good chats, and I've sort of been feeling like I haven't lived up to that expectation from the start in terms of the stuff that got covered in the game, like in terms of where the story went and sort of how I felt about the characters by the end of it. I really like this. Like this is a big thumbs up recommendation for me. Sawyer Stretches, enjoying the night air. Would you like to offer a gift? Cupcake. Oh, my mouth is watering. I have to eat it. It'll be one of the most delicious things I've ever eaten. Oh, look, the stars are out. It's been a while since I've seen them. I used to go stargazing with my aunt. She'd tell me about the constellations. The stag, the queen's throne, the rose, the open hand. I love them. I don't know those. They're old, and each has the myth of a hero attached, like the rose over there. There was a witch, Kubel, who was so beautiful her name became a love spell. I mean, she was probably just a cool lady, but it's fun to think she's in the stars. I wonder what all the what the constellation of Alfred would be like. Yeah. Still silly. My thoughts exactly. Come on, let's go build your legend. Okay. So yeah, really it's 7 unless we find a way to go on a date in the middle of the dungeon. So that means we're going to be running through quite a few... We're going to be running through quite a few levels on our way to a boss fight, but that's fine. I don't recognize the brand. I figure the longer we spend in the dungeon, the more time we get to spend together, so... I mean, it's a little quieter in chat closer to the end here, but if anybody has any thoughts on the game, you know, positive or negative, I mean, I like it a lot, but obviously if it's not working for people, I'm kind of curious what... I don't know. I like to hear as much as I can. So see how you do under pressure. I'm definitely curious what people think of this. I don't know if I have a whole lot that I can add to the particular game, but well, I have to admit that was satisfying. I mean, just as me sort of playing it, this has been a lot of fun. What a cute little venue. The acoustics and lighting aren't great, but it does the job. In this small area, though, you've got a higher chance of heckling. That's the worst. Have you been heckled?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. Especially at the beginning, once you were accidentally booked in a heavy metal club. That was not good. Kind of experience toughens you, though. Even when the hecklers are at their worst. I still knew I loved dancing, and I was good at it. It was reassuring in a way. Purpose and direction isn't the same as happiness, but it's something to hold on to, like a hilt. Yes. Perfect for reading on the plane. Thanks, Alfred. Come on, let's find some hecklers to take down a notch. So we... I think we'll just try and work with tried and true. The noble game of billiards is a game of skill uniting kings and wastrels. You rack up the balls and start to play. Isaac isn't bad, but seems distracted. Something wrong? It's nothing really. I just often wish I could try the original 1500s version. This green velvet is so modern. Maybe it's because this version is a favorite of my father's, but I'd rather be seen under the sun. I'd rather be under the sun, on the grass, even using a mace instead of a cue, perhaps. It's croquet. True, it did evolve into croquet as well, eventually. Little wickets are rather charming, too. This is nice, though. Life is the art of making the best of what we have. Decide not to give a gift for now. Life gives us monster, we make monster aid. He hesitates for an extra moment. But to be clear, let's not actually drink the monsters. Just never mind. Oh god, that was bad. The ones I beat myself up about are not so much the, like, if I get hit sometimes, you know, shame on me. The ones I hate are when I'm trying to do a hit and, like, I just don't land it. It's... yeah. It's humbling. Alright. Come on. Perhaps this can help. So we're definitely doing well cash-wise. Cool. Sorry. News is happening while I play video games. Ah. Okay. I gotta get better at the combo is devastating just because of the distance it gets now, but I'm not hitting the numbers at the right times. Ugh, as if being in a haunted sticky floor discotheque isn't bad enough. Monsters actually made a VIP space? I guess boss monsters are kind of like the VIP, kind of like VIPs. You go ahead and rest. Put your feet up. I'd rather stand guard. Feeling restless?
Right.
You could say that. I welcome a challenge, but I want this one over and done with. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the social purpose of electronic music and dance floors. I just could never quite enjoy the chaos and vulgarity in places like this. Perhaps it reminds me a little too much of my misspent youth. I was unthinking, inconsiderate. If I'd been half as perceptive as you when I was your age, I'd certainly have fewer regrets. He fell silent for a few moments, lost in thought. You decide not to give a gift for now. Oh well. Shall we continue? Ah. Wait a minute, did I level? Yeah, no, I leveled up Valeria. Fascinating. People's decisions never cease to surprise me. Someone spent time and energy to do this. Make a love nest. Here of all places. I don't mean to be rude, but given that we're not a couple, I suppose we can ignore the decor and simply take a well-deserved rest. He settles stiffly in amongst the hearts and lips. Isaac shifts, first to one side, then the other. Finally, he sighs, exasperated. No, this isn't working. I feel less rested than before. Let's just move on and forget we were ever here. It's so weird that he says bollocks. Isaac is definitely very refined, and I've never associated that word with, like, a particularly elegant insult. I mean, I suppose it's better than, like, just a straight-up F-bomb or something, but... We'll get the liquid. The thing is, I just don't think I have a lot that I need to buy from that other merchant, so... although I suppose paying $5 there gives me a faster way through the dungeon. So I'm going to try and get this before... It's alright to let your guard down now and then. Let's give this a moment. I'll maybe skip the... I'll skip these unless I need the health. So I'll try and be a little more mechanical. I mean, the thing is, like, obviously I like playing this so that I can have the experience. It's not all about getting the numbers in the dungeon, but I'm also a little conscious of the fact that we're on floor 7, and I think an elevator could take us down to floor 16. Mind you, this is a good opportunity for me to practice the combos, so... Oops. So yeah, once I start focusing a little bit more, it works. So we'll go back and get that just after I do my little break. I don't think these things are on timers. This would be a good way of seeing. There's one thing that always kind of bugged me a little bit about Moon Hunters was like, why do they need to vanish? I guess it gives me a reason to like rush through the level, but... Ah, finally a place with taste. I thought it was impossible in this dungeon. This bar won't have the best wines, but perhaps we can find at least a digestif. Ah, yes, perfect. He pulls a bottle out from some crevice under the bar. Here's a lovely Cardamero. Not an Amaro at all, you see, but a wine aperitif with a blessed thistle. I do wonder what cocktails an expert bartender might put it into. I'll just watch. As you wish. Pours himself a small glass and sips thoughtfully. Not bad. A bit unpolished, but it's probably good enough for mixing. Ah, well. Let's leave the bartending to the bartenders, shall we? Our talents lie elsewhere. Ugh. Garbage coffee gives the heals just as well. Alright. Yeah, these things really rush after you. Hey, Index Gnome, how you doing? Did you just come in, or I'm sorry, that's not taking attendance. I'm just curious if you've gotten a chance to see some of the encounters we had. We have some really good little little moments with the weapons here. So we're actually just getting ready to wrap up once this dungeon is complete. All right, we just read this, so I'm gonna. Oh, you know what? I didn't read that part first. My apologies. Just got it. Fair enough. I'm sorry. I will do that next time we visit. I thought I was going to try and save myself some time there. Oh, no. But yeah, so the main story definitely sort of ramped up in terms of the intensity. But it also, like, some of the individual relationships with the weapons have sort of hit emotional peaks, which were really well done. So, been working all day. Well, I hope that you feel like you get your, I don't want to say money's worth. Well, I guess money's worth, but I hope you feel like you're not too hard done by with the amount that we get. This has been the part of the dungeon that I've struggled a little bit with. So I think what I'll do is, if I don't actually get to the boss, what I can try and do is go back to the dungeon right away and just go straight for, like, just go straight for the boss. Go straight down lower. But we'll see. Like, I'm it's way too early for me to admit defeat on that. So again, we skipped this event over here because I want to try and make the most of any healing opportunities. I think you get like one of these every floor. Almost. 18-hour mix of coding and meetings. Good lord. Are you saving lives? I mean, obviously, you know, you reap the greatest benefit from it, but that's a big day. True royalty. Oh, that'll go well with the crown. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fair. I sound a lot lazier than I'm actually. You know, this is one thing. This is a terrible thing to say about work, but honestly, so the individuals that I work with are very good. My workplace suck. Like, as far as I'm concerned, there's a hostile relationship with the employer. It is an incredibly cliquey, like, it is not the best for advancement or ambition, and I'm really beginning to appreciate what it's like to be in a workplace where, like, people with ambition and like a good work ethic are kind of actively driven out based on just the environment that it's in. Like, you know the old thing, like in some types of HR, like the idea that I guess it's like this was an Apple thing, right? Like if you let a couple of top performers in, then all of a sudden it's going to lower the overall level. I am very much seeing that happen more or less in real time. And one of the challenges that's translated into for me is, like, I can definitely remember, like, putting in really long, really hard days in a lot of jobs, and there's a lot of satisfaction that I kind of would get from that for the idea of, like, a job well done. And I've actually found on occasion, like, for some of my personal projects, I don't quite feel that same drive anymore. Like, I've gotten a little too used to saying, is like, well, what does it matter if I put in that extra hour? You know, the result is going to be a large devaluing of this effort that I put in anyway. And I think that's a really dangerous place to be, because obviously, like, that's an easy thing to lose. It's a really hard thing to build back. So actually, since coming back from Vancouver, one thing I've been trying to do is making sure that I block out specific time, and that it's like, you know, this is a personal project, and I am doing this rain or shine. Like, I don't care how tired I am. I said this thing was worth something to me. I'm going to do it. So the fact that, I mean, again, the pay is nice, but I have a tremendous respect for just the willingness to actually put in that effort. Hey, Crack Steve, how you doing? I hope you saw something good, because I know you were sounding a little disappointed by some of your shows that you were watching lately. Finally placed with... Oh, sorry. Okay, this I've definitely read before, so we'll just watch. I think the deal I'll do here is, while we're trying to get to some new levels, I'm going to... If it's something we've read before, I'm going to leave it... I'm just going to skip over it. But if there's an option for another dialogue option that I would sort of credibly choose, I'm going to move on with that. I think one of the drawbacks here is that I've been spending so much time with Isaac this time around that, like, all of the locations are getting a bit samey, whereas I think the floors of the dungeon are intended to be something that you'll experience with multiple weapons. You, as a joke, read 3 of the show's fan fictions, and they are literally better than the show. Oh no! Alright, angel costume. Oh, that'll go well with the Halo. So I'm so used to so much of the I'm used to the game kind of signaling like an ending that oh god. I think I keep getting surprised that there's new things to discover. All clear. Oh. Oh wait, was it fear of intimacy? I'm pretty sure we just got some new information as to what the fear of the dungeon was. So for those of you who are new to this game, when you're in the dungeon, essentially the things that you're fighting are manifestations of a fear. So this is something that you're sort of bringing. I'm pretty sure Isaac just said that was fear of intimacy. Oh, I almost blew it there. So I gotta get some healing. Ugh. They don't keep coffee in safes, do they? Okay, well there's a healing area over there. Let's try and head up first, though, because these will probably be closed off. All the range stuff here really doesn't help me with the... I think this is specifically designed to be that way, but... other parts, I'd be able to get by, you know, having the cages and being able to attack through stuff. Not anymore. Okay. So we're doing well for getting items, but the thing I'm really looking for are, you know, maybe not zines, but definitely... Whoa! Ambush. Yeah, I'm definitely looking for more coffee. Sorry, Cracksy, I'm gonna have to read that in a minute. I'd say we've earned a bit of rest. We have indeed. So you started a new show since the last one was a bust. Which one are you watching? Which one are you watching now? I don't know if you have a recommendation yet, but... Alright, so I think we've read this one before, so... Nomad of Nowhere. Really cute and fun. Okay. I gotta confess, it's another one I haven't heard. I was actually thinking of the animated stuff that I've seen, and the last thing I watched, and it was some old episodes of it, was Archer, which I think at least is very funny, but definitely something of a different tone than what you've been talking about. Ironically made by the same company that makes Root. Well, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like... chances are, if this is something that we are seeing, beware, Alfred. As you come closer, your weapon will see your true heart. Oh wow! The fear of intimacy is healthy. Nobody likes an overshare. Oh. God, this boss fight is something else. I really like the way they're doing this. I don't know why I didn't pick up the... Missy is dangerous, you know. Better play it safe and stay alone. Oh, God. You risk so much to let someone see the real me. You can't. God, this is easily my favorite boss fight in this one. This is so well done. Strange behavior for a boss monster. Your heart of hearts, as it were. Index Note, we had this fun conversation about taxes with an online friend earlier. You live in a nation that tax income high, and he lives in Andorra with hardly any income tax. Oh, interesting. I can't remember if you said, I think you might have been UK based, but yeah, I mean, I'm in Canada, right? So we definitely, we're somewhat famous for, well, I don't know if we're famous, but certainly I know more than a few high income earning friends, and they certainly have very frank opinions about Norway. Right. Okay. My apologies. Yeah. So yeah, when I'm talking about fame of income tax, I need to shut up. You are very clearly ahead of the curve on that. A strange thing looks you up. Sorry, a strange thing looks you up and down, smirking appreciatively. You realize they're familiar, but you can't quite place it. Hey, good looking. Come here often? What are you? Been afraid of intimacies for so long, but you don't even recognize me? Call me Dungeon Boyfriend. It was me all along. You saw the sexy scenes in movies and looked away? I was there. When you first imagined someone's lips on yours and froze? I was there. Not just physical either. Remember when you first started hiding your true self? I do. Even if I'm just a dungeon, you're proudly asexual. Give me another chance. I've kept you safe from being hurt, being used, being violated. I've been by your side for so long. What would your life have been like without me? Better. Better for you, maybe. But what about poor Dungeon Boyfriend, huh? Give us a goodbye kiss now, won't you? For old time's sake? No way. Take pride in scornfully rejecting him. He disappears in a puff, dismissed by your confidence. You close your eyes, truly at peace with intimacy at last. Oh, God. New plushie can be found in your apartment. Fear of intimacy conquered. Congratulations, another fear conquered. I'm glad I could be here to see it. So one of the things that was funny is that I originally did this as something of a trolley choice. In doing a when this game was a thing and I knew I wanted to play it, my original plan was definitely to do the plan was to do a dating sim without any of the dates, and then I found out that Pocket the cat was an option, and it was specifically there for people who did not want to do a romantic relationship. So I was like, oh man, I can't even troll chat. Like, they've already planned for that. But like the way, okay, I wanted to see if that hurt. I mean, it's big neon green sludge on the floor. Of course it's gonna hurt, but yeah, no, like there, at this point here, especially with that moment with the character, I like the game kind of made, especially because Sawyer was somebody who I really related to. And I've just gotten over the fear of intimacy. Like, I kind of feel like I should be taking a dating option now. So, anyways, you pay the equivalent of $150K US, Jesus, in income tax, and you did so happily. Your friend thinks you're insane. Yeah, that's a really hard one. Because, like, for me, I definitely made, I'm pretty sure I made more money when I was working in film, which is weird because, it's not exactly like my thing is a famously low-paying profession. But I've never... I'm not going to go out of my way to, move to a jurisdiction to pay more tax. But I've never... I've always just kind of accepted that that's a thing. And especially living in Canada, I sort of can see what that's paying for. And then, I like to think this is actually a little true for. I think this is true for most people. I don't actually think people are indifferent to, let's say income inequality just writ large. Like, I think that people do actually want to live in societies where they sort of know that there's like a minimum of care, and like that is a desire that I have. Like, that's something I want to see. And if paying a certain level of taxes is, how that comes about, then that's just simply a condition for living in the sort of, living in the kind of country that I feel most comfortable with. Like, I would actually feel quite bad if, there was a bill that was passed that says, we're going to reduce income tax by some very large percentage. And like, specifically you in this income bracket, I am the one who benefits clearly from it. It said, but, we're going to get rid of, employment insurance, let's say. Employment insurance is only one program. It's not even necessarily the best one, but just something like that. I would be opposed to that. I would actually feel very bad about it because I've never used it, and I've never really felt that I need to use it. But I like that it's there, and particularly for something like the pandemic, I think that is something that helped the country, weather things as well as it did. But I mean, on the other hand, I can sort of see why your friend in Andorra would probably feel differently because, for them, they're sort of accustomed to a certain lifestyle and a certain set of expectations. And particularly if they're doing well, I can see that they, probably wouldn't necessarily want to. But I don't know. I feel... I know people like to complain about taxes, and I mean, I don't pay anything remotely close to 150K. But I don't know, like it's like jury duty or something like that. You do your part. That's cool that you feel that way though, right? Because I definitely, I definitely know some people who are not nearly as tolerant of taxes. Like they definitely, like they would not think twice about the kind of the thought experiment of, your tax bracket benefiting and, do you want to get rid of this social program? Okay. So, lots of interesting things happening in here. I'm guessing that there's 2 more dungeons, which I'm not sure how I'm going to get. I'm not sure I'm going to get through so much of the. Sorry, I'm not going to read any. We'll deal with all of this next Boyfriend Dungeon stream. So if the spaces on the wall tell us anything, I'm guessing that we have 2 more dungeons to go through, and then on top of that, I need to try and figure out where. I don't know. We need to like get the story done. I'm not sure I'm strong enough to be able to make it to the 3rd and 4th, assuming that they're there, right? God, there's so much to. Here's one thing I'm actually going to do, though. I'll leave. Okay, so La Rosa, Verona Mall. Well, nothing's happened at the Verona Museum yet, so I'm going to guess that might be the next one. Oh, wait, no, we did go to the museum. Then again, like, it doesn't matter, because, like, obviously La Rosa was the place where we met Sunder, and then that turned to a dungeon, so... Yeah, exactly. There's a bunch of different ways of motivating it. Like deep down for me, I know the stereotype of like the econ guy is to just kind of assume that, like, it's the famous Adam Smith quote, right? It's not on the, the benevolence of the butcher, the baker, the brewer on which we rely on a supper, but an appeal to their self-interest. The thing is that, like, especially if you take into account Smith's theory of moral sentiment, like, Adam Smith is not making some sort of claim on just an overall, it's not this like Hobbesian view of the world. Like, if you actually look at Smith's thinking, The Wealth of Nations is a much bigger book than that one passage. And I think even reading that in context, I probably could dig it out, but I should probably wrap it up. It's past midnight and I got some stuff I need to do. The thing is that I really do actually sit down and think that if people do it, and this isn't even like some kind of Rawlsian like veil of ignorance, you gotta, you don't know what you're going to be in the society. I just generally think that most people would not want to live in a place where, like one example you could get would be is like you walk down the street and you see someone who, whether it's healthcare or food or whatever, it's like, someone is genuinely starving to death and nothing is being done about them. Like, that's uncomfortable for a number of reasons, which may not have anything to do with, which may not necessarily have anything to do with sort of public spiritedness. But I do think overall, like, people are not indifferent to their community. I think maybe we are a little less community, or maybe even moderately, possibly even a lot. I don't know how far I want to go. But I do think people have at least some sense of community. And I don't think, for the same reason that, you kind of feel a certain attachment to your country, or you can. I mean, obviously not everybody is particularly patriotic, but, I don't think it's unusual. I think people can at least appreciate the sentiment. And I think for that same reason that somebody can be proud of their country or like their country, feel attached to it, I think that is as easy an explanation for why people would not be, why they're not completely indifferent to the well-being of all of their other citizens. It's not to sort of imply some sort of like bleeding heart utopia where everybody wants to pay like, a 90% tax rate on every dollar that they earn, and sort of see everything spread out. I actually do tend to believe that, this is such a big topic to go into that I can't nearly do justice enough. But like, there's the old criticism of socialism or communism and the idea that really it's always been imposed on a population. That's not 100% true, and not every example you have is economically ruinous. So, you have China, you have Vietnam, both communist countries, both doing relatively well economically. Now, there's a very good argument to say that a lot of that economic growth came through liberalization, which I think is completely fair. You also have some examples of countries that have transitioned, which did adopt more free markets and then did not prosper. So, again, it's probably there's some nuances that need to be dealt with there. But I do think there's something to be said that, generally countries tend to hit a certain level and then they pull back. So, you think of something like the UK, you have Attlee, you have, tremendous nationalization of industries, but then you hit a certain point and you get a Thatcher coming along. No, I mean, this is fun stuff to talk about. I'm at the end of the cast anyway, right? So the only thing I don't want to do, if you don't care for these chats, I'll try and wrap up the thought, and we are going to host someone, and I'd love it if you stick around, just because it's nice to be able to sort of build, as I'm saying, build communities. But in addition, I think there's something to be said about the kibbutzes or the kibbutzim, I guess would be the plural, in Israel, where you have, again, a number of, socialist societies. And, it does actually seem to work for about a generation, but it really does seem to be that, if nothing else, at least from the next generation on, it really does seem to be that people want a sense of ownership. Like they do want to feel like they're getting something of their own work. And I do feel whether or not, we have an ideal society that we would want to live in, it's hard to read people's description of these societies as ideals and not wish that it could work. But I do think it is true that it seems to be that we do just kind of hit a certain point at which we sort of turn away and we say, actually, we don't want to go the whole way. And then again, it just kind of becomes a political question. If it's enforced, then, the question is whether or not it'll be eventually a peaceful transition or if there will be a revolution. Or in the case of something like the UK, you have maybe a fairly hard turn to a much more kind of flinty capitalism. But I mean, the truth of the matter is most of us just lived in mixed economies, where, it very clearly there are some things that are probably better for the government to provide. I mean, the one thing I always like saying is that, I would be out of a job if the economy worked the way that it appears in textbooks, right? Hey, Kier Charlie, we're actually wrapping up, so I'm sorry to disappoint, but most of the time, I mean, you don't call an economist if everything's working, right? You usually call an economist to learn about a market failure of some kind, and that could be externalities like pollution or education. Not all externalities are negative. Obviously, there's positive externalities too. You have, whether they're natural monopolies or you have anti-competitive practices, there's lots of different, I mean, the reason why you can keep studying and the reason why you keep having, lots of new economics is that we keep finding all of the ways in which they aren't realized as ideals. So again, sorry, I went along a long road there, but this is the thing. Like I do actually tend to believe that people, for some models, it's helpful to just say it's like everybody's out for themselves. They're super selfish. And in some cases, you can actually just abstract away people's real feelings about community and society because they're not necessarily relevant. If I'm trying to come up with a model for what prices I should make T-shirts be so that I can run my business and make enough to live on, but also make sure that I have enough inventory and so on and so forth. I did have a really nice stream, Cured Charlie. This game's really good. We had some of the stories that unlocked were really good on this one. But yeah, that model can do without people's overall feelings about wealth inequality. But if I want to sit down and say, what do I think is actually going on in people's heads when they're looking at taxes? Like, obviously, when you see the amount that you paid in tax and that's money that you can't spend on stuff that you like, you're going to be annoyed about it. So the writing is fantastic. The combat is very much like Moon Hunters. So if you liked new Moon Hunters, so this game is much more than its hook. Its characters go to some really interesting places. I think there's been a lot of care that's been put into this. So I like it very much. And if you thought that I get it, right? You can look at something like that, especially with some of the dating sims that have come out. This was in development well before a lot of the more kind of niche-y dating sims came out. This is the real deal. Like they definitely they've taken this idea and really taken it in every interesting direction as I think they could have. Like the boss fight that I just got through here, the Fear of Intimacy, I thought the mechanics and what it informs, what it's saying about your character was really, really well done. It's probably my favorite encounter that I've had in combat so far. But yeah, no, please, if at any point you thought that this was like a one note or like a one trick pony, this is definitely a game that's worth it. But yeah, and again, you know, to sidetrack on the sidetrack, you know, I guess the biggest thing is that, you know, when you look at your tax bill, you can get annoyed at it because this represents stuff that you couldn't get. Do I think people would actively seek to bring about societies in which the things that those things are paid for don't happen? Not really. The same way that I deep down don't think that people actually want to live in sort of the socialist utopias that sometimes get proposed. And in that case, I'm really just appealing to the revealed preferences of people who lived in those societies and could make the choice. And obviously, you know, one of the great difficulties we run into in our political landscape is that if we push too hard on one of these angles, sometimes the reaction can be quite swift, right? So, you know, in the case of the UK, you have something like Thatcher. It's kind of hard to say that Reagan is necessarily a response to the US becoming too quote unquote progressive, but I don't know, like it just seems to be, you know, you can wish that it was otherwise, but it does sort of feel like that just seems to be a tendency we fall into. And from the bits that you've seen, it's like a pretty decent game. Yeah, so let's talk about Boyfriend Dungeon. I'll go to the main menu so you can listen to the lovely music. And then we'll find somebody to host while we're doing that. So, like, what is this game? Like, the hook is right in the title, right? It's a game where you go into dungeons. Okay, so you sit down and you say... You're talking to somebody at Red Hook Studio. I've said this. I've said this before. You talk to somebody at Red Hook and he's like, what game are you working on? It's like, well, we got this game and you are a party of adventurers and you go down into like dungeons and you fight monsters. And you're like, I've kind of played this game 100,000 times before. What's the deal? And you then turn around and you say, well, I get it, but in this game, we're actually talking quite a bit about what happens to you when you're constantly fighting monsters. What kind of a psychological toll does that take on you? And does your party sort of start fighting with each other in response to the intense strain that they're on? This is a game about the incredible strain that, you know, you have to assume that the adventurers in all these other games are actually experiencing, but never gets explored. And immediately at that point, and then of course you hear like Wayne June's audio, like voice recording, and it's like, oh my god, I got to play this thing immediately, right? But like Darkest Dungeon has got such a great premise of a game. You know, how many times does the idea of the psychological toll of a common adventuring party, when does that ever get explored? And of course the effect is clear. You know, XCOM 2 has adopted some of its mechanics. There's like the whole, like all of the stress stuff just got disseminated to a whole bunch of other games, and it's great for that. So Boyfriend Dungeon operates in a really similar way. You can say that you know, what is Boyfriend Dungeon about? Well, Boyfriend Dungeon is about your greatest companion in a dungeon, right? All of these warriors, all of these people that you basically, you know, you always bring your weapon with you, right? And in this particular case here, the twist is like, no, but the weapons actually transform into impossibly attractive people, and you can go on dates with them. And the thing that's so neat is that they play with that idea in every direction that they possibly can. So, you know, I very much talked about, you know, getting more comfortable with Isaac, right? I am feeling like I can do more with the weapon. I feel like that is a weapon that I'm able to wield very well. But we are very much talking about the development of a relationship, right? The weapon is not just an object to be used, but it is something that you care for. And this is, again, completely consistent with what it's actually like to have a weapon. You know, you need to take care of something that you're using that much. You know, if you remember historically, you know, you would be a certain type of warrior based on your wealth. You had to own your gear, right? You bought your armor, you bought your weapon. And of course, if you own it, you take care of it. Now we have professional armies. Now the government pays for that sort of stuff. That has not been true through all of history. And so, to a certain extent, we're returning back to material that's always been true for weapons, and we haven't really experienced. Yes, I also suspect that's where you get all your cash. But it's the same. It's a funny comment. Like I take it as a funny comment, but it's very true, right? Like think of the level of commitment that people have to their PCs, right? The thing that they build, the thing that they care for, the thing that they take the time to upgrade. Take that level of interest and obsession almost, and you can immediately apply it to a weapon as well. I mean, this is partly because in Vancouver I did do like the nerdy sword fighting stuff. But you can easily do a mapping like that and get something really satisfying about it. But what's interesting here, right, is that they don't just go for the cute gimmick, right? They actually take the time to really talk about, what these weapons are going through. They all have different personalities. I really got to see a lot. I got to learn more about these characters, and I definitely feel certain attachments to some weapons more than others, having played through this game. So, the dating bits are, yes, they're ways that you level up your weapon, your relationship. As you grow with your companion, you're able to do more. You gain that specialization. But the idea of the dunge, right? The monsters that you're fighting are things, they're you overcoming your insecurities. They're you overcoming your fears. And, again, like, to a certain extent, this game definitely has got enough of a hook that I think you can, again, you do those amazing transitions in animations. You go for the laugh, you go for a couple of good emotional moments, and I think most people would be happy with that. But Kit Fox is so much better than that. They've made a game which actually has some quite engaging combat. It definitely feels like the weapons have their own personalities, and they are somewhat reflected in the characters that they are. But this game definitely goes into some really interesting depths, and it pulls out some very human stories. Like it's something I'm really happy that I've been playing. So I don't know. I hope all of you get the same experience that I do out of playing this game, because it has been an absolute joy to play this, and I am really looking forward to playing this again next week. So with that in mind, I think I'm going to host another Boyfriend Dungeon stream. I'm just going to find somebody maybe a little bit lower. I'm trying to see like if there's a good name. I don't really know anybody on here, so but actually, you know what? Yeah, I think I know who will handle. But I do. You get if you overlook this as just something that's maybe a fun gimmick, and and we'd leave it there. There's definitely more depth to this game. It's something I enjoy talking about, and I definitely think it's something to. I definitely think it's something to be. I don't know. It's worth experiencing, even if it's in the end, if it's not for you. I definitely think you owe it to yourself to have the experience. So, what I'm gonna do here, I try when I don't know, I try to pass it on to, something, ideally somebody with who might be overlooked on the list. So I'm going to go to Jamie Crucial, because for whatever reason Twitch put them on the bottom of the list. I also see that it looks like they're a camless streamer, so I have a great affection for that. And on top of it, it actually looks like they're in a little bit of earlier material, so it's less likely that stuff is going to be spoiled for my own playthrough. So we are going to raid there. As always, I feel the need to sort of give the disclaimer. I don't know the streamer, so I don't know, I had the one really terrible point where somebody was saying something anti-Semitic right around the time that I hosted them and talked them up, and I felt mortified by it. So as always, I don't know. I think if people are playing this game, hopefully that's a good signal of someone with great taste and good feelings. But I hope you have a good time. Please stick around, see if they're a broadcaster that you're interested in. We talked about some other broadcasters who I know earlier on the stream, but I think it's better for me to just pass it on to Jamie Crucial, and hopefully you all get a good idea as to whether or not Boyfriend Dungeon's for you. As for me, I'm going to do some recording. I'm going to be recording some videos over the weekend. On Monday, I'm going to be back probably with Stellaris. Wednesday will be the Dirty Rectangles meetup, but I'm going to try and start a little earlier so I can get some Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade, and I can't remember which one's getting the update. And then next Friday, in 1 week from now, we'll be doing some more Boyfriend Dungeon. I will also mention that for those of you that are enjoying the YouTube series, the last episode of that is going to be coming up on Monday. It's an extra long one, and I gotta start recording the next one. But I'll leave you all. Have a good one. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you next time.